How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Ooh, to me. How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Oh, to me. Serve your time like you wasted mine. Was it just for fun when your eyes met mine? Mine. How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. You spend my life so reckless. I'm cashing in on fairness. Why do you lie when you cross your heart and you hope to die? Why do you lie all the goddamn time till you're 6 feet blind? Mine. How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Oh, to me. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. To me. On your knees and you still blame me. Did you think I'd stay just to let you leave? How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Oh, to me. Serve your time like you wasted mine. Was it just for fun when your eyes met mine? Mine. How climb to your 6 feet blind. How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Oh, to me. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. To me. On your knees, and you still blame me. Did you think I'd stay just to let you leave, leave, leave? How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Oh, to me.
Hello and welcome to the North American Squad League, Day 11. We are inching closer and closer to the ends. Once again, this is a $2,500 prize pool that has actually recently been boosted up to $2,700. Tonight we have some big games ahead of us, some exciting games, some fun games. Before we get into the games, I want to introduce a new caster that we have brought onto the team that is going to be catching tonight. I know he does not have a camera up, where it's something that may be worked on in the future, but I want to introduce Ryan Rumbles. How are you doing today, Ryan?
I'm doing good, man. Thank you. I'm very excited to be here, absolutely. And yeah, so everyone who's wanted to see me, but I'm keeping the suspense up a little bit, you know, and
yeah, maybe we'll see a face reveal down the line. We'll really just keep the mystery going of what Ryan really looks like.
Yeah.
The plot development. Well, we do have some big games tonight. First game we're going to be watching tonight, the first series we'll be watching tonight is the Simpsons up against TSU. Last Sunday, we saw TSU just flop as a team, and I am a TSU fan. I am someone who really believes they could possibly go to M4 next year, but what we saw them do against Area 77 was just completely out of character for them. So maybe the Simpsons can take advantage of this lull that they're having and catch a win here. After that, we have the Kingdom up against Deuce Knights. Two teams that have not been able to get a win yet are finally going to have the opportunity to do that. One of them has to win. I saw some people in the comments of a post earlier talking about that. And then we have Aether Explicit up against Exodus 9 and Aether Explicit versus Insomniacs. So it's definitely going to be a fun night. I'm super excited, but we won't get too ahead of ourselves. Right now, we have the Simpsons versus TSU. Now, Ryan, I know you don't know a whole lot about these teams. You're new to the league, but if you had to just make a guess right now, who's your money on?
Well, I mean, I'm still favoring TSU a little bit. I mean, even though the last performance was a bit concerning, I think everything is still on the line to get normal for them. And yeah, they did pick something like a bit out of the usual fray, but I'd like to see that happen again. That they succeeding with it, so maybe we can see that happen, and they can like get on their winning ways again.
Yeah, I mean, I think teams are destined to lose at least once, except maybe Team Sexy. They may go undefeated, but there's definitely... I like to see TSU lose. I like to see... I'm hoping Simpsons, gives them a run for their money. I want to see this league flip and flop around. I hate to just see everything be completely one-sided. I'm not going to waste too much time. We are a little bit behind schedule, so we're going to jump right into this. The teams are ready. They've already ping-checked up, so we're going to be starting in just a second here as we jump into the draft. The Simpsons will be up first, Ryan. Let's see how this goes. So, I know, Ryan, you're a bit, me and Ryan were talking a little bit before these games. He's a bit newer to the league. He doesn't know all the major picks. One thing I can say for sure, and I know that Ryan probably knows, is Eve has been a popular ban along with Valentina. I don't think we're ever going to get to see Valentina played at all, but after we get some of these prio bans out of the way, this is when I think we start to see some of the target bans like that Lilia right there.
Yeah, absolutely. Ivan Valentina, like you said, they've been banned ever since their release, I believe. I worked together with Mobile Legends Collegiate in Asia for a while, and they didn't allow Valentina to be even played at all, even though she got released like right before a little bit before the new patch. So yeah, I mean, it's obviously, like you said, a destined ban. I'm very strong on her own. Valentina, well, anybody who can steal your ultimate is a big criminal already. So, and yeah, some more specific picks coming in as well. Like you said, Lilia, a very good burst mage, and she can very easily cause trouble in enemy backlines as well. And Lolita, obviously a meta support for God knows how long already.
All right, so I mean, after the Lilia, we do have this Lolita ban coming up. Let me... Oh, my screen is black to you. Let me try to fix that. Give me 1 second.
Yep. And Bane is the third ban actually coming in from Simpsons, which is interesting.
Your team is picking.
Yeah, I think that I told you before, TSU has been running this Bane support recently, and I know it's insane, I know it's crazy, but it's something that needs to be respected because they make it work so well, and it becomes almost impossible to engage them in the end game. It becomes so hard to try, when it comes down to these team fights. Once that deadly catch comes in, that ultimate comes in, it just causes so much damage and just pushes everyone back and gives them an instant advantage in any team fight.
And while TSC's last of the first round ban is going to be Clint, and obviously a marksman, they're already going to pick Farsa and Bro, the very usual combo, but we're going to see Edith, the newest tank addition to Mobile Legends, and he has been quite an on and off pick in the pro scene, but she can definitely hold her own. I mean, a lot of the pro players in Asia as well have been saying that she's just like Uranus with legs.
I mean, Edith has definitely been a monster, I would say. A serious problem. I mean, some teams don't see her that way. Some teams see her as more of they don't even pick her, they don't ban her. But then when she falls into the right hands, and I know Blazer right here knows how to use her, the sets just come in key. It's always on point. And those knockups, I mean, you essentially get a double stun back to back if you can lock onto the person. So you get the toss up, you get the knock up, and it's just instant death if you think about it. Anyone that gets caught by that is most likely going down. I do like TSU coming in with picking up this Farsa, nice zoning, a nice kind of safe pick, not showing too much of their hand off rip, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're gonna see the tank pick, and Ziggy is actually gonna be traded to get the first one, Esmeralda on to the XP lane in that case. And gonna see Beatrix against Brody, which is an interesting matchup. I haven't seen these two actually face off a lot, but I believe Beatrix still has the advantage on her own, and Mathilda is gonna be the fourth ban on TSU's side. Mathilda obviously gives a lot of shield, gives a lot of extra movement, and that could give a little bit of an extra edge as well. For the likes of Edith especially, she's going to be near unkillable with such kind of a support coming in, so a very logical ban in that scenario.
Yeah, Esmeralda's been a very priority pick, I think, for a lot of teams. Just the end game ability of her to be so tanky, so bulky, to be able to harass. But neither teams have locked in a tank yet. Edith, we could see her run the roam roll. She could kind of swap into that. I think Blazer actually might like to run her like that sometimes. But my guess is we're going to see in the EXP lane. So both teams going for these tank bans right now, taking out the Kufra, taking out the Matilda. They do take off this YSS. Cold World is known to run with that. And in comes the Alice ban, another hero who has slowly been creeping more and more and more into the current meta.
Yeah, he's a great pick all around. I mean, he can play in a lot of lanes, something similar to Cho. I mean, his ultimate is pretty much a huge slow, and it's also damaging you down. It's you are left perishing inside it, and Cole is flailing that.
Hovering over that thing right now. Do you think he's gonna lock in that Ballman?
Well, yeah, it's the question. Is this a possibility? Maybe we're gonna see a Ballman jungle. Is the question? Yes,
and
we are. Yes, we are. And Estes to pair it with. Well, that team comp is something you don't see every day. And Jawhead to respond to it, possibly they need some heavy CC now. On top of that, Esmeralda obviously, and Ruby might be the answer to that. Obviously, Jawhead very good at isolating enemies as well, so that might be another great opportunity. I mean, Edith, on the opposing side, she doesn't actually have a very strong CC ability, considering her range is super short, actually. But I mean, she can cause a lot of damage. She can cause a lot of chaos once she gets into the lines, and I believe that's why Jawhead is a good pick as well. And it's just like straight over there to possibly just throw her out of the team fight if needed.
Yeah, it should be able to deal with that. It should be good against this Ballman. And then not only that, you were literally, right before this game, Ryan asked me, so who do we need to watch for? What are some crazy picks? Who do we know who's comfy on what? And one of the first things I go to is Tamal on Jawhead, and we haven't gotten to see him play this Jawhead at all yet this season. So anytime I see him running this, I am excited for it. It's always, there's going to be some crazy picks, some crazy plays. But I do think something they need to be careful though is this Estes. We haven't seen a lot of teams run it recently, at least not in this league. We know it's a bit more popular for teams like Blacklist over in Asia, things of that nature, but I think it's going to do very well paired up with this Ballman, paired up with this Edith. I don't like to see it ran with assassins or heroes that are going to out mobility, that are going to outmove this Estes, but paired up with a bit of a slower jungler like Ballman, when it comes to actual mobility wise, it'll do very, very well, I think. Yeah,
I feel like Simpsons are going with a very tight, very concise team comp. They're going to be fighting very close to each other because of the Edith, because of the Kagura, because of obviously Estes and Ballman. They have to be very close to each other to make it all happen, and Estes is obviously the best support pick in that case. Estes won the M3, and I believe that can definitely be like the something of a difference there.
Yeah, and right now we're seeing Tamal up in this gold lane. Both of these heroes kind of hugging. Gold lanes have become such a major carry, such a important hero in the lineups of these teams that we've been seeing a lot of tanks and supports kind of hang out up here a bit more, kind of like that old school 1-2-2 composition, just because you don't want your gold laner to be the first one that dies. You don't want Beatrix right now to fall behind this Brody, and TSU doesn't want Dogtor to fall behind Daggers right now up in this gold lane. So I think we're going to see a lot of movement when it comes to these lanes up in the top.
Yeah, absolutely. I was thinking about that myself, actually. We see Edith on experienced lane. She can hold off Esmeralda for a while, but for how long is the question, because once Esmeralda gets the items, it's going to be a bit difficult. And looks like they are already peeling that gold off that turret here, so they're doing a lot of damage to it. And that 500 gold goes into their pocket, very nifty, but they can't get anything further from that, but just enough to get some minor gold lead. But the turtle is already going into the pocket of Simpsons, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, they give up, so I don't know if that was a completely fair trade. I think if they would have got a gank onto Beatrix in the top and taken that gold plating, then it may have been worth it. But I mean, when we're looking at the gold map, though, TSU takes a slight lead. Even though they lose Turtle, they're able to keep up and keep a slight lead on the gold. It's kind of going back and forth, but it just kind of goes to show how the Turtle hasn't been as important to a lot of these teams recently.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, also if you consider the turret, you know, if you take the shield down, if you shed it from the armor, then it won't give that defensive advantage to its players. It won't give that 15% defense boost, I believe. So yeah, you know, you are also very susceptible to possible dives coming in, and it might very well happen, considering, you know, Jawhead is trying something, still sitting in the bush there.
Yeah, definitely a slower game, though, right now. We were 3 minutes in. No one's got a pick, but this might be it. In comes Tamal. He doesn't use that flicker, though. That's what I was waiting for. The flicker toss. Decides to not do it. Disengages. And again, 0 kills on the map. No gold difference. No towers taken. I do like the rotations from TSU, though, right now. It kind of seems like they're keeping the pace, to whereas Simpsons are more of just kind of following them around to stop the ganks from happening.
Oh yeah, it's a very fluid game currently, and mid lane pretty much uncontested for another side, and we just see very slow jungling going on. Nothing too major, but TSU are moving in their powers towards that top lane. They want to get that torrent. They want to get a possible pick there as well. They want to get Beatrix down so she can farm. She can get ahead. I mean, she's already a level down comparing to a lot of them, and she loses quite a bit of health there, but just escapes Parth's ultimate in time.
Good play, and they do get the tower, so now Brody's, my guess is we might see a lane swap here. If not, we are at least going to be able to see Brody rotating down a lot more often. The sooner these teams are able to take that gold lane tower, the sooner you can bring that MM down. He has a bit more ability to rotate around, help in these 5v5s, you know, come all the way down to mid lane, start chipping away at this gold tower, and it's just going to give TSU this slight advantage early on in this game, even though, I mean, Beatrix may be doing the same thing. She's chipping away at some of this gold plating up here, Ryan.
Yeah, very nicely done. You know, they kind of forget about her. Estes is joining in as well now. The Lancelot obviously can't be the scaring force on top, so he has to play it passively as well. Now the gold platings are gonna fall, so obviously TSU got the early advantage. I feel like Cole is trying to keep their head above the water with taking this turtle. He's doing well, and he got the first kill as well. Gets Brody down, very important, right under the tower.
Yeah, that was big, and that's that Edith. Man, that's Blazer able to get the knock up, and it gives everyone else just enough time to secure the kill. And at this point, Dogtor now, he got that gold plating, but that should at least help even the playing field when it comes to the two marksmen on opposite teams. You know, when it comes to Dogtor, and it comes on, but another throw on a Cold World Tamal with the ejector, not able to get the kills. Damien heals him back to full health. Blazer waiting for the Sparza, able to get the pick, but Farja brings down that feathered airstrike, is forced to flicker away and stop. And in comes Dogdor, tries to use that torn apart memories, but it's taken out right before. And Tamal now taking a bit too much damage. Cold Whirl on the chase, able to get another kill, and he's going to chase down Japanese. The tower shots are coming in, and he's forced to go back. A little low health, and the disengage happens. Blazer looking a little health. Ziggy does secure the kill. An overall 2-for-1 trade, but the Simpsons do take the advantage in this team fight, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely. I knew they were going to chase Tamal, obviously, because he was 1 on 3. They have an STS, and the Beatrix gets the first turret, actually, which is something at least of a consolation prize for Simpsons there as well. Considering CSU, I mean, they kind of came out as winners in the fight, because Simpsons didn't get farther in the end. I feel like they could have gone in, but now Cold World makes up for his initial mistakes there, and I mean, he already did very well against Brody. I mean, considering you're a marksman and you die 2 times inside a minute, pretty much, it leaves a mark.
Oh, but Dagger's now be paying the price. Dagtor comes in right after getting thrown up by them all, and they're able to secure the kill. Cold World does take the turtle, but we are finally getting into some excitement here, Ryan. 7 minutes in, the gold lead is still dead even, but TSU continues to chip away at these objectives. The whole top lane line of towers is gone, so it's hard to see who I can really give this to right now, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, already Esmeralda trying his luck with the Starfall, but doesn't hit his mark yet. Force a bit preemptively puts that ultimate up, but doesn't hit anyone. So they are probing for these team fights, but it's not yet happening. Beatrix now has rotated back towards XP lane and trying to hold that Esmeralda back, because they are already down to second turret, possibly. Ooh. And Balman is gonna take these kills. He's gonna get talked to one more time, and this is becoming a bit of a problem for TSU.
Yeah, the heal is just too much. Cold World does try to hit that second still onto Ziggy, but he's not quite able to get the finish. But it still feels like Simpsons is starting to control these fights. And like we said in the very beginning, Estes, every time Cold World comes down, but wait a second, Blazer with the double man knockup. Tamal taking a bit of damage, but they're able to take out Japanese. Ziggy maybe next. She brings that falling Starfall into it, able to get the kill possibly on Damien. Damien on the run. Nikto goes down though along with Damien. It's a 2-for-1 trade. Make that 3. Cold World able to collect another kill before they're able. Oh my god,
that's dirty.
A nice counter onto them, taking out 4 members altogether. TSU falling onto the back pedal here, Ryans.
Yep, they do get the turret on top of it as well. Cole with 7 kills, that's just mental. He already has such a good lead, yeah, such an item lead already. It's even crazy to think about. TSU, well, they've fallen so much behind. They have to focus on their lanes right now, but they can't even do that really. However, they might get the pick here. They can get Cold World. Finally, they get the revenge, but it's not enough. They still have to defend their turrets. There's a clash in the middle, and possibly they could get Kagura possibly there, but no, it's too much for it. Yeah.
I mean, I think they gotta be able to take out Damien on this Estes right now. TSU deciding that their only option is to possibly take this Lord, and they're melting it pretty fast with Cold World on the map. There is no retribution for the side of Simpsons, and Nick though able to secure a dog tour with that torn apart memories, and Ziggy goes down though. Navis able to get the ultimate and make her pay the price. Japanese zones them away with that falling airstrike. They do take the turtle, but they lose Ziggy for the cost. Can they capitalize on this Lord push though, Ryan?
Yeah, I feel like TSU did what they could from there. I mean, they couldn't really focus on the kills while they were already focusing on the Lord. And very important part there was Damien. He popped his ultimate, healed everybody up nice and easy. Nevis lost quite a lot of health, but he didn't go down. So props definitely to Damien for doing such a nice play. Blazer misses that S1, but Japanese not in a lot of danger there as well. Tamal already there, possibly ready to sprint into action if something seems to be happening. But look at that, Doctor is going forward with that Lord, and they're gonna have to stop that sometime soon now.
Yeah, I mean, they are kind of matching up these lanes a little bit. I think maybe just opt back, let the Lord push, and take as much out of this mid lane as you can. Nikto with a nice puncture in, gets a little bit of damage on Navis, and they are going to be able to secure that tier 3 mid lane tower. Let's try to move on to the second. TSU needs to make this Lord count. They have taken a bit of a gold lead. In comes Cold World, though, doing some nice damage onto them all. Ziggy with the falling Star Moon, able to do a little bit of damage, but it's just not enough. Cold World will pay the price, though, as Doctor gets the kill. Blazer is next on the chopping block. Tamal is down, but they keep on pushing forward. Japanese with that feathered airstrike, able to zone them back, and another wave of minions is coming. TSU not wanting to relent. They are going to keep up this push and try to take another tower. Able to take it. Nictor with a nice puncture through, but Navis in the back line able to pick off Dogtor. We are watching a brawl right now, Ryan. A nice defense from the Simpsons, able to take some heroes down.
Yeah, but you can see how like under-leveled Daggers is. Not like under-leveled, but just so far behind in build that she doesn't have the full build yet. I mean she does have the extra 170 attack, which is huge, but she doesn't do so much damage that she could hold the lane on her own. And TSU have been pulling it back now. they did a good job, especially Ziggy. You know, I feel like Nikto has been missing his mark. I mean, he gets the dash, but he doesn't get the follow-ups, and they just get around him easily enough to deny him, and that's just illustrated by his lack of kills as well.
Yeah, and you know what's always interesting to see when this happens is right now Simpsons leading in kills, but when it comes to the gold, TSU knows how to farm. They know how to rotate. Wait a second, Nikto might be going down here, able to just get away. Dagger secures the kill though. But once again, TSU, yes, they're falling behind in kills, but they do so well at just controlling the macro of the map, the micro of these farms, that they're able to keep their gold ahead of the enemy team, even when it seems like they're losing when we're looking at kills and things of that nature.
Yeah, absolutely. And that Lord could go either way, but Simpsons definitely have that map control over there now, and Tamal is gonna get bullied. He might very well go down as well, so trying to save him, but well, does get away, but the Lord falls into the hands of Simpsons. They are trying to regain that lead now. They are actually down to inhibitors themselves, so it's looking a bit worse for them right now rather than a TSU, but it's going to be a collective effort now to get that Lord down in no time, actually.
Yeah, they just melted that Lord down. Simpsons get no real gain out of that Lord other than kind of, you know, reclaiming the map a little bit. They're able to even out these lanes, get back on their macro game, and make sure they don't... I think their major issue is this bottom lane that they kind of have to watch out for. And the top lane, I guess, because like you said, they're down to the inhibitors, you know? So they need to try to make a play here and reclaim some of this land, some of this map state here, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw Nixon now buying the penetration item as well, which could be useful to maybe get Cole and Blazer down, because we haven't seen him enter the fray too much yet. He's suffering a little bit. Yeah. And I'm hoping to see him more. Ziggy already looking for opportunities, just dancing around there a little bit. Pretty much all 5 of Simpsons players just directly looking at him, but can't go for the initiation. Yeah, trying to build up his field, but just can't happen because Daggers is just...
Yeah, now that Daggers has locked in this Malefic Roar, we are starting to see her do a bit more damage on a Ziggy. Ziggy can't be the tank that she wants to be. She needs to kind of be careful there. But just that restoration, she's so hard to get with. And Ziggy just does a great job at scouting out the enemy team, you know, playing that slight distance, you know, keeping that small string between her and all of the Simpsons to help give vision to TSU, as we have Nikto just kind of jungling around, farming, trying to control the map, you know, controlling this bot lane a little bit, keeping it pushed in. And once again, we're seeing Simpsons get pushed more and more back to their inhibitors here, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely. Good job there by Nikto, actually clearing up the way, making a crash into the turret. Cole and Damien have to divert their attention there for a second. Meanwhile, TSU can apply some pressure on mid lane, and that's how they're slowly doing it. You know, they are trying to divide the focus of Simpsons, but right now it hasn't been going too well. Then maybe that new lore spawn, once they get to it, might bring some renewed action into play.
Yeah, 26 seconds until this Lord comes up. TSU is going back up to that, sending Esmeralda back up to that top lane. You don't want to have top lane crashing in on you when you're trying to fight the Lord. It's just a bad position. You may lose a tower for nothing at all. So once again, TSU controlling their macro a little bit. Hopefully Esmeralda does make it back down in time, or at least TSU can position themselves correctly. They do have a nice Lord pit positioning. I like Japanese. I like Tamal for the zoning. They should be able to kind of hold up a defense here and give themselves just enough time for Esmeralda to come back into the back lane of Simpsons. We may see a little action though. Blazer misses that first skill onto Japanese, and the fight is on. Japanese uses that feathered airstrike to try to zone them back as Ziggy comes in from behind. A nice pincer maneuver, but Cold World ejected over into the team of TSU, but he's right back in to that heal from Damien. The ultimate comes up and they are all full health, ready to contest for this Lord. Ziggy with the falling star moon coming in. Another nice throw on to Navis. She is going to get picked off as Japanese gets the kill. In comes Nikto with the puncture and that final execution, trying to get the kill onto Damien. The immortality goes off. Can they get the finish? Simpsons is pushed back and TSU will not let up. Another ejector onto Cold World, thrown back. Japanese, though, picked off from that daggers. 2 members of TSU are down. It looks like Simpsons are finally pushing back as Ziggy is taken off the map. The immortality comes up, and Nikto will be next. A nice mega kill. 4 members go down, and the Lord falls into the hand of the Simpsons here, Ryan.
Oh yeah, you know, once Beatrix gets that power spike, she won't stop going, and now Daggers is showing it very well. I feel like Damien has done so much, and he did go down nearly, but I mean, just one death, and he's been pretty much in center of attention all the time. And I feel like he's doing so well against Esmeralda as well, you know, because Estes doesn't have, well, there goes the Nexus, and I mean, Estes, you know, doesn't have the natural shield on his own, so he's can kind of resist Esmeralda on his own, and that was a very efficient victory for Simpsons, actually.
Yeah, just a quick turnaround. All it took was that one huge team wipe in the late game, able to take that Lord. And again, I think the major problem there was that Estes, man. They were never... And then once he locked in that immortality towards the end game, like, they were able to get the kill on him. Immortality comes up, though, and he's back on the map, heals himself back up to full health, and it just really gives them the advantage in those long-term team fights.
Yeah. I'm surprised because, you know, so many people sometimes say that Estes is just like, oh, his heals should be stronger. You know, the magic strength items don't really benefit his healing skills, but I feel they do, and I feel like he's a very strong pick still in the meta. As you can see, you know, 15 assists. Damien was constantly in the center of all of the brawling, and a very nice victory right now. But they have to repeat that in the second game as well.
So if you had to give an MVP to anybody, you know, the game says it goes to Estes. Do we give it to Estes, or do we give it to Cole World? Because he was also on fire early on in that game, Ryan.
Well, yeah, I think that early Cole World could definitely benefit from that, because I mean, that early game was insane from him. The way he bullied Doctor out of it, and he never really got going. I think he definitely deserves it from that performance alone. Focusing on turtles, focusing on objectives, he did a very good job. So yeah, I'd tie it between Damien and Gold Warrant.
For sure. Well, we are going to jump back to this caster's desk now. Get ready for Game 2, TSU versus the Simpsons. And right now, looking at the Simpsons, man, it just seems like they have been a underrated team. You know, we didn't get to see them play a whole lot in the early start of the season, and they also had some off games, but now we're seeing them really just pull it together and beating teams like TSU, you know, beating other teams that we didn't expect them to do so well against, and they are definitely becoming a dark horse of this league right now, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like they can definitely maybe steamroll off of it now, but well, there's still possibly 2 games up ahead, so can't really say anything too early into this. But I feel like it was an efficient team composition as well. It was a surprising one, but that Jungle Balmond as well, it was really an ace up their sleeve, and it did also well.
Most definitely. We are going to be jumping into this game, though, in just a second. I think Cole World's taking a quick bathroom break. We are going to be jumping in, though. So, I mean, the question is, do we see Game 3? Do you think the Simpsons just tear through this once again? Or, I mean, I feel like TSU honestly kind of had that game in their hands most of the time, and it was just that final Lord fight. I think Damien and Cole World and Daggers also kind of finally got that mid-game spike. So I think if TSU goes for the same composition again, I think they really need Nikto. Nikto, like you said early, at some point casting in the game, you said I don't think Nikto ever got any kills on that Lancelot. He was like 0-2 and 3 or 0-3 and 2 by the end of the game. I think if they're going to pick an assassin, they need to kind of make sure they're getting those early game ganks. Make sure you're able to control that early game, because if Simpsons come with a composition like that again, there's no way TSU is going to be able to compete in the late game.
Yeah, I'm really surprised. I mean, Nikto, obviously there were heroes he could have gotten easily, but yeah, Simpsons stayed very well together. He went 0-3-3, so it's kind of logical. Once he got the endless battle, I was hoping that maybe he makes an impact now, but he didn't. So that's just puts to show, you know, even just just a generic meta pick can't win you the game. You have to put it into good use yourself.
Most definitely. I'm really hoping we see more Estes picks from The Simpsons. No teams have been running that, and is such a it is, I mean, like you said, it won M3. It is what brought Blacklist to glory. There is no denying that it is a great mid lane support tank. It works. It's been proven time and time again. So I'm glad there is an NA team that is finally really running with it. And I'm wondering if TSU is going to give it the respect and give it the ban here.
Yeah. And we are starting off with pretty much the same bans. Valentina, not banned yet. Bane is coming up earlier than expected. But I'd expect Valentina and possibly a few more junglers this time, because I predict this game to be a bit more jungler heavy than even the last one was. Possibly from TSU's side as well, because their Lancelot was not working out too well. And we're gonna have to see what they're gonna come up with there.
Yeah, TSU definitely needs to switch something up. Whereas The Simpsons, I think they feel comfortable, they're not, they just beat them with those bans, so we might not see a huge switch of bans in these first three, like that Lilia, that Bane. But one thing, Valentina is still there. Never mind. I was hoping it was gonna slip through, Ryan. I was hoping it was gonna slip through.
Sometimes it does. Sometimes it might slip to Doctor. Now, obviously, instantly goes for the Clint. When it's available, you have to go for it. And let's see what Curl and Damien are gonna respond to that with. Once again, Edith actually.
Blazer loves it. It's been working for them. I don't think they're gonna. Until it really backfires and someone finds a hard counter for it, I don't think we're gonna see Blazer come off that pick. I think that is gonna be a locked-in hero for him, prioritized every game right now. Yeah,
and he did so well. I mean, I think he only stayed in the tank form. He didn't even come out. He didn't need to find to come out, because they already supplied the damage, Cole supplied the damage, and everything was working out so well for them, and he could just close in the gaps. Damien, well, this is a question, and Cole will take the first jungler pick then, and it's Lancelot for themselves, actually.
Yeah, they do take it. Cold World feeling comfortable. I'm excited to see him play an assassin role this game, Ryan.
Yeah, maybe an upgraded version from the last play. Ziggy going with Yuzhong, so that's going to be the XP lane, and Japanese and Kagura. So, well, Yuzhong, obviously a very good pick. I mean, he can survive against a possible Esmeralda as well. So you have to see what could be the counter here.
Yeah, normally, I don't know how I feel with this Yuzhong on against the Lancelot. I like the Yuzhong pick, but also I think what's really been reviving it back to the meta has been the consistency of these double marksman comps. These marksman junglers paired up with a gold lane marksman. He just does so well against that. But when you're up against a Lancelot right now, you're not going to be able to do a whole lot against it. Hopefully he can cause some problems to Navis on this Lu Yi. But it really depends on what the Simpsons decide to put on their gold lane, I think. That's going to decide how well Yuzhong does when it comes to the mid game of this match.
Yeah, and Lu Yi, very good pick, actually, here for Simpsons. I mean, considering she can, pull the enemies together, very easy for Lancelot to pick them up and tear them down. So a nice pick, and we're going to see the bans coming in now. Beatrix from TSU's side, and also Kufra from Simpsons. So definitely shutting down possible jungling opportunities, and also a very vital tank taken out of play. So we're gonna have to see. Nixo, who's he gonna pick? Maybe a Hayabusa, but possibly not. We're gonna have to see. Esmeralda is gonna be the last ban, and well, yeah. Damien is gonna have to pick a possible support now, and I really can't. I can't really predict anyone.
I mean, we may see the Estes again, but I don't think it's going to run with Cole World as this assassin, so they may go for something a bit bulkier. I do like if Tamal locks in this Ruby. I kind of feel like that might have been what they should have gone last time instead of the Jawhead, especially, anytime, because you know that Cold World and that Estes have to kind of stay together. I think it would have been a great pick, and I think it would do well again this time against Blazer on this Edith and against Cold World on this Lancelot, as long as you can catch him. Anytime he tries to puncture in, you just hit that second skill and stop him in his tracks for a second. But they decide to opt out and go for the Akai here, Ryan.
Yeah, this is interesting. I mean, there could be a possibility for stun locks happening. I think we discussed Akai pre-game as well. Yuzhong could very well pair up with Akai. I mean, you throw them up, stun them, and take them down. Damien now, what could be the counter is the question. I mean, Lolita is a possibility. She also takes out Akai's skill shot. So, but they going with Popple and Koopa instead. So,
I mean, I'm not so. Is this gonna? The question is that gonna be a tank Popo? We haven't seen that in ages. I haven't seen tank Popo in a long time. Maybe they are gonna swap and have Blazer play the roam role. Like again, Edith is still she's still viable as a tank. I think she is. But again, we're seeing Simpsons come with something that most of the teams aren't running. If you had to give it up to a draft right now, you know, who do you think takes the early game? Who do you think takes the late game? What do you think?
I feel like judging by like the classic composition standards, I'd say TSU done a whole lot better than the first game, obviously. Did they do better than Simpsons this time around? I can't be too sure. I mean, we're gonna have to see. Obviously, Popple and Koopa might be even going XP lane, to be honest. Which
looks like we're going to be seeing a support
seem to be the case. No, he's going to be support, yeah, and Edith's still going on the XP lane, meaning that it's going to be Edith and Yuzhong duel there.
Yeah, I'm excited for that Tank Popo. I mean, Tank Popo used to be a very heavily opted for pick in a lot of different metas, overseas, everywhere.
Yeah.
Whenever they repatched him and they kind of revamped him, he did kind of lose his tank liability, but they did bring him back about a month or two ago, or 2 or 3 months ago, to where he can get back to defensive buffs on his dog from the defensive items. So
they did.
Yeah, they did. He doesn't get that. It's not as good as it used to be, and he still gets bonuses from attack weapons onto his dog, but like health bonuses from attack weapons. So it's definitely not the same tank Popo that we've always seen, but it doesn't mean it's completely unviable. So I'm excited to see how it works, see if they can pull it off here. He still is great for vision, CC, you know, things of that nature.
Yeah, this time the harassment has been turned around, and now Simpsons are applying a bit of pressure on the gold lane, and there could be a very easily possible pick as well if Damon just gets Tamal somehow locked in there, but they can't. But all of that focus is definitely drawn towards that gold lane at the moment, and Nikto has Kimi jungle as well, already using her ultimate just to be unlocked, and does scare Popple away for a little bit, but they are vehemently trying to defend that torrent for now.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing again, we're seeing this dance in the gold lane, which I think is, you know, we're going to see a lot of it this season. I think it's a major important thing. Both teams, like I said, don't want to lose that gold lane. And the sooner you can get that gold lane tower, the sooner you move that marksman in. But I do like how Cold World is kind of opting to go for the EXP lane first, and it's going to give him a nice position over this turtle right now as Blazer does a bit of zoning. Nikto coming in, taking a bit of damage from Blazer, though, gets stunned, brought down to about half health, and this is going to do Cold World free roam over this turtle. Ziggy not able to come down and help out soon enough, and this is putting the Simpsons at a slight lead here.
I feel like a very good decision from Blazer there to switch out of form, you know, to it had to force Nikto away, obviously, and Kimi, you know, only has pretty much one escape skill as well, so you can't stay in the fight too long, or you're gonna get peeled down all too easily. And yeah, I mean, Simpsons already applied the early pressure on XP lane as well. Like you said, already took a little bit of a...
Damien, though, taken out from Japanese. A nice first blood going to TSU, Ryan.
Yep. Didn't even expect to see that. You know, he was just still trying to build something up there, but I feel like Cole was a bit too far behind. They couldn't really build on that, and just got picked apart. And Tamal doing a very good job on the Akai as well. And an instant reply actually from Loyi, and love to see these combinations.
Yeah, I mean, again, still slightly slow compared to the last game. But wait a second, Damien going down. You make me eat my words. Samal also taken out. But a tank for a gold laner, I think it's a good trade. Damien now, I keep forgetting Damien is also the tank. It's so weird seeing that Popo support lane. But we're definitely kind of seeing him not be as tanky, you know, in this early game, and him taking these deaths early on is definitely gonna set the Simpsons back a little bit when it comes to these mid-game team fights.
Yeah, I mean, he does have that the respawn emblem on, so at least he can just sprint right in there again. But you know, something similar that happened to Doctor, you know, you die twice inside the space of 1 minute, and on gold lane it's gonna make you suffer a little bit. We can see Edith kind of slowly winning that XP lane. I mean, if you pair that with some extra pressure coming in from Nick, so they can definitely push Yuuzhan back. And it looks like TSU aren't going to be challenging for any invades either, but they could be possibly taking the turtle. Nikto obviously has to kite the turtle out a little bit. He can't be too near to all of that action going on, and that's going to get stolen, I believe. And yes, it will. Simpson's gonna get it, and there might be some kills coming forward as well. Doctor gets one. Yuuzhan is gonna step in. He gets daggers.
Well, he's able to take out that. He's able to take out daggers. A nice 2 for Zeo trade going to TSU there. I mean, TSU definitely playing a bit of a better game than last time. And this time, even though the Simpsons were able to come back last game, like, I'm still going to hold to it. I feel like TSU had the control of last game in their hands. The problem was the Simpsons had such a nice late game composition with that Estes, but this time Simpsons doesn't have that, so they don't want to be falling behind early on. They have a comp where you kind of want to take advantage early on, so this isn't the greatest position for them to be in.
Yeah, and now they took Doctor out of play as well. They have the opportunity to dominate that bottom lane. They tried to harass Tamal as well a little bit, but didn't go all too well. Popple just trying to find these open spaces and trying to make these waves crash into turrets as well. And we can see Ziggy a little bit under pressure there. He can't really challenge for the minion goals, and it's all shut down by Blazier.
Cold World tries to get the steal, not able to get it. Nikto uses that Retribution to secure that blue buff, but at this time, Simpsons is starting to run a bit more of a pocket formation. They want to take this mid tower. Damien with the stun on Tamal. Japanese comes in with the ultimate, but the damage just not enough, and he may pay the price. The torn apart memories goes off, but it cannot secure the kill as TSU disengages, and this is when Nave's going to use that teleport to disengage and leave, but they do take the tower, which is huge for the Simpsons right now, Ryan.
Yeah, very well played, considering how much under pressure they were. I mean, for me, Akai's ultimate is very, very underwhelming. Out of all tank ultimates, obviously he has that ability to clear off space, to push out potential danger, but it just doesn't work out too well in situations where the enemy team will just continue on damaging you. And in these cases, you just have to pull back out again. And it's going to be another troll challenge. Simpsons most likely going to be taking it, unless Ziggy is going to just go all in there. He's going to try to stun them, going to jump in there, and they might very well get Glacier down, and yes they will, but however, Nikto will steal the turtle.
Nikto gets a turtle, and just as all that's happening, Japanese just keeps on placing those ultimates right now. Japanese on his Kagura, just beautiful, comes into the back, brings daggers and Damien to about half health, slows them down, and Nikto able to get the turtle. Wonderful play coming from TSU, and Cold World maybe next, but in comes Naive, able to get the pick onto Dog Tour. Now he's going to be sitting at 2-2, and I mean, Clint's going to start getting slowed down a little bit at this point, Ryan.
Yeah, and I think that, like, if you compare the damage caps, I believe Brody in late game will definitely out damage Clint, and he also has the upper hand in terms of like mobility, considering the movement on the first kill. And it's gonna be difficult if TSU is forced into mid game and they can't really get complete control over the map, because they still haven't got turrets other than the gold lane ones. So it does feel like they might be falling behind once again anytime. just when they might lose like a key piece of a player, whether it might be like Ziggy, who so far has been holding XP lane very, very bravely and has been like the key piece also getting that last turtle, for example.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they do have daggers on this Brody, but overall, I feel like TSU is confident in their end game right now. Nikto on this Kimmy is just going to start doing more and more and more damage. You got Clint, who, yes, he does have the 2 deaths, but he's also, I mean, whether Brody outscales him, he may. I feel like there's a bit, it's going to be a lot down to mechanics, I feel like, for those two, on who's going to be a bit more competent in some of these team fights. But I feel like TSU knows their possible win here, and I think a lot of it's going to come down to the bursts that they're able to output in these endgame fights. We are at this 9-minute mark now, though. Lord is up. It looks like the Simpsons is a bit more grouped around this. They are going to go for this pick, though. On to Ziggy. Torn apart memories goes off and is able to get the kill. Tamal maybe next with the flicker in. Dagger able to get the finish. A nice double kill going to him. And this is going to really secure the position on this Lord for the side of the Simpsons, Ryan.
That was very smart play from Simpsons, because I think they knew that what they had to do, they had to go to that XP lane. They had to get Ziggy down because, the enemy team has a fighter who could very easily, disrupt all of their team's members, all of the positioning, and they had to get him down. They got the turret as well, which is a nice very on top. Now they're gonna get Lord, and it's just all going according to plan. Ziggy just couldn't hold his own there against all of them, and let's just hope two won't continue all with this crumbling, because it is just going into Simpsons door at the moment, and they're gonna get that mill turret, however, in response. Possibly Nikto with that damage output is a bit scary already. Blazer actually exits the tank form just to push back the minion wave.
A nice counter push coming from TSU there, buying a little bit of time before this Lord comes, a little bit of position. I'm surprised they want to take this fight so close up, though. They're not even falling back to any of the towers. They're sitting at this river, ready for the battle. Ziggy is able to take a lane, but in comes Cold World with these punctures. Does some nice damage onto Japanese, but is pushed back. But once again, Lord still crashing in. Dogpour is going to do some nice poke damage onto it, but a nice throw onto Tamal, tossed up and taken out as Daggers gets the kill. They are pushing forward. Lord still up. Blazer taking a bit too much damage from Ziggy, though. Japanese taken out. It is a brawl, but right now it looks like Simpsons is on the winning side. A killing spree going to Cold World. How he secures the kill onto Nikto. It's a 4-for-1 trade on the map, and the Simpsons are going to keep pushing forward and possibly end this game, Ryan. The inhibitor brought down to half health. They're going to take it. One cannon minion. Can they take this series right here, right now? Cold World with a puncture through once again, clearing up the minion waves. They're going to opt down to this inhibitor and keep on pushing. I like the aggression, and I like the presence coming from the Simpsons right now, Ryan.
Yeah, but great response right away, and also nice double kill coming from Japanese. You get also one of the key pieces from Simpsons down, that being obviously Daggers, and Nervis has been doing a great job as well, to be honest, always pushing and pulling TSU apart, so that's been really lovely to see. For a second there, once they were pushing down the lane with the Lord in their hands, I really thought it's going to be the end game now, but TSU managed to find that response. Now Blazer as well gets the brute force plus with breastplate as well, meaning that he's going to be much more tankier, honestly, and he has been managing to soak up a lot of damage coming in from Nix's way as well. We saw that a bit earlier in that mid fight, and Nikto, once again, I think he's been missing his ultimates a little bit and just been missing the mark, but Cold World, definitely very important. I mean, the way he dove that turret and pretty much disrupted TSU's play, allowing that team fight to happen, which Simpsons initiated after that, almost won the game, but still not enough yet.
Yeah, once again, we're just kind of seeing TSU not on their top game. I do like their response right now, but they need to do something soon. They've lost this mid lane inhibitor. You got super minions crashing down concurrently. Lord is back up, and TSU falling onto this back pedal once again. Ziggy, though, coming in for this engage in dragon form, trying to get a little bit of disruption on Daggers and Knaves. In comes Tamal with that ultimate push. Nick, though, steals the Lord. Blazer taking a bit too much damage here. here. You may be going down, but Ziggy in the back, able to get taken out from Cold World. A nice response coming from the Simpsons. Nikto trying to push forward with that charge. Not able to get enough damage for a kill, though, but they need to make a move here, and without Ziggy, it might be a little bit hard, Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, nice retreat from Simpsons. You know, they have to retreat to defensive positions now because that Lord has a very, very clean wave for his own. I mean, that wave is actually crashed pretty much onto towards the side of Simpsons. They have to stop it soon. I guess Dagger is gonna go and try to stop it right away. And yeah, for a second there, I thought Nikto messed up once again because he sent that ultimate straight onto Koopa, but nobody else. But at least he got the Lord, and TSU does apply some extra pressure now, trying to find that damage. But Damien replies with sending the dog out once again. Nikto is forced back a little bit. Simpsons trying to find that counter, but it's hard. CSU are all moving together, all moving in unison right now.
You know, one thing, Damien has been doing such a great job at targeting Nikto with that dog.
Yeah,
every time Kimmy tries to come in, Damien is there, knows when and where to use that ultimate stun, and always hits it onto Nikto. I mean, I gotta give it up to him. It's been a major thing for these fights, and now they're locking on a dog tour, a little bit of damage, pushes them back, but overall, the Popo tank has been doing a great job. 0-2, 10 assists, and just doing very well at stopping TSU when they want to push these fights.
Yeah, pretty much following up from the first game. I mean, Damien been doing a very good job, you know. Yeah, like you said, push Nikto back, force him to use that early escape skill you have, that S2, and that means Nikto can't really re-engage unless he has his ultimate. And he hasn't really been hitting the mark with it right now. And Simpsons looking to find possibly a teamfight here, trying to get that buff as quickly as possible, but they also have to guard the lanes. I mean, top lane is crashing already. They're going to clear it out. Yuzhong might be considering the options there to take out a little bit, but it's a passive and slow push coming in from TSU's side right now.
Yeah, TSU it seems like whether they're winning or losing, they always do a great job at map control. You know, even when it seems like they're a little bit behind, or right now they've now taken the gold lead here, but they just do a wonderful job at keeping themselves spaced out at the right times and closing back in at the right times. And the Simpsons just always seem to be trying to keep up with the laning. So I think it might be something in the future that Simpsons may need to work on a little bit. But overall, still a wonderful game from both players. This Lord is up. Nikto starting to break it down, and he's going to shred through. Simpsons, will they make a play here, Ryan?
Might be possible, but to be honest, it's very hard. Japanese as well, already on the lookout. Gonna throw that umbrella in, but Glacier just ignores it, but Nikto takes him out and takes the Lord as well together with it. Brody has the answer. Dagger can't get everyone, has to fall out. I mean, Damien as well, forced all the way back there, and he can't really participate, even though he does have the immortality. It's going to be really hard. Doctor finds another kill, and TSU has complete control now.
That was, I mean, for a second, I gotta give it up to Daggers for a second there, though. I was like, yeah. He flickered into that Lord pit, started doing some damage. For a second, I thought we were about to see a crazy counter team wipe, but Dog Tour able to hit him with that first skill, able to just get that final bit of damage, take it out, and it looks like TSU may be taking game 2 here. Damien all alone, along with Blazer, but Ziggy knows what to do. Jump into the back line, zone him off, take the Nexus. Game 2 goes to TSU. We're going to be seeing a game 3, Ryan.
Oh, well, I feel like Simpsons were just unlucky in the end. I mean, that last fight in the Lord pit, you know, it could have decided it. Brody did all he could, but I mean, Brody, you know, he can just target one opponent besides the ultimate, and the attack speed is not the best. You're obviously going to get outplayed by Clint in such a situation, and that happened, obviously. Nikto finally turned his game up as well, and I guess the part which was most important was that Damien was forced out of it all because of his low health, and he had to save himself a possible push coming in once they get Lord.
Yeah, I think, I think Blazer went in a little bit too early in that team fight, a little too separated from the team. Ziggy went right to that back line, and Blazer just kind of went right by him, not thinking that the rest of his team was getting held up. Blazer tried to get that connect onto Nikto. Nikto very cleanly dodged out of it, gets the kill on a Blazer, and secures Lord. And right there, we knew that TSU had the advantage on that final team fight, and all it took was a little bit more time. Dog Tour dancing around. TSU comes back with a beautiful, clean win there. Now, I'm excited for Game 3 here, Ryan.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, the duration of the game was actually pretty much the same as the last one was, but this had just so much more energy to it. This had so much more going on, and yeah, you can see like the team speeding up as well with the objectives, and it was lovely to see, really.
Yeah, and we are jumping into Game 3 now. So now that you're a bit more acquainted with the teams, Ryan, who do you give Game 3 to?
Oh, it's so difficult because there were no individual performers in this game, but on the losing side, I mean, once again, Cole did so well, Daggers did so well. Once again, Damien, they were so close, but I'd personally give it to Ziggy because he held that XP lane for so long. He withered there against 3 or 4 ganks against Simpsons, and he managed to keep it up, and in the end escaped with a victory as well. So what else do you want? I mean,
yeah, I mean they both played it wonderfully. I do have to say that in both games I do feel like TSU kind of kept the pace most of the time. There's a few points where Simpsons come back, but I think the Simpsons should kind of go back to what they ran in that first composition. Maybe pick up that Estes again, pick up more of a healer support tank, because they did it so well. I feel like they ran that composition so cleanly, and I think it could possibly, most definitely work again here. And I just don't think TSU was ready for that. I don't think there was any reason for them to switch it up in that second game.
Yeah, I'm be interested in seeing what are they gonna come up with now. Maybe they are returning to that original pick, and I thought I was out of the lobby once again, but no, I'm here actually. And yeah, once again, all the usual bands, obviously, Ivan, Lilia, the first ones, and yeah, Lolita and Clint will be the answers from TSU's side. So we'll be seeing no Clint, and we might be seeing a Brody.
Most definitely. I think I mean, right, Dog Tour, as we saw in the last game, a monster on Clint. He's got really good gold lane mechanics overall. I do have to say though, if there's any time he's met his match, Daggers has also just really been showing off as a gold laner. I think definitely has been one of the star players for the side of the Simpsons right now, and it looks like that's what TSU is going to aim for. Let's take out some of these gold laners. Let's take out Beatrix. Let's take out Clint, and they're switching up their draft a little bit this time. Kind of the same of what we're seeing from Simpsons. Bane is no longer seen the banning phase, so maybe we'll see that come up from TSU here. Yeah,
and Blazer going right into it with that Yuzhong. Actually, probably saw how well Ziggy went with it in the last game, and decides to get it for himself now. And I think a very solid first pick. Matilda not banned, so that could cause some troubles to Simpsons side. I wouldn't consider Matilda as like best of the best of course right now, but absolutely her late game ability to that late game shield she generates is just massive. The escape she just lays down for her teammates is massive, so it's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Matilda's definitely, I feel like from how popular she was for so long, she's definitely taken a major hit when it comes to prioritizing her. Is she useless? I wouldn't say that. I think she's still a decent pick. My friend. But I think she's great around, she's great for those tower dives. She needs to be aggressive, but look at that, Damien with the
Damien
Estes.
Is back.
Not only that, but paired up with the Yuzhong. And here comes the Bane I was telling you about.
Yeah, an unkillable duo on Simpsons' side, but yeah, Bane as well. Once again, we're gonna be interesting to see what they pair it with then. Ziggy, what's gonna be the XP lane solution there against Yuzhong?
Yeah, I mean, that is gonna be a tough composition to get through. Estes, Blazer on this Yuzong. I'm excited to see what Cold World decides to go here. Will we see another, you know, I don't think he should play something like Lance. I don't think he should play something like Ling. Play something that's really going to take advantage of that Estes, you know, maybe even the Ballman again. I think it's definitely not a complete meta pick, but it worked for them, so why not try it again?
Almond could absolutely work, yeah. I mean, I think even against Bane, he could do very well.
Yeah.
TSU has banned Popple and Koopa, which is an interesting one because I don't think they will be going for the second like support option like Popple is, but they might be looking into a possibility of a tankier marksman possibly.
I think at this point they're just focusing on gold lane. Popo has been a gold laner too, and they just want to limit, especially with like the hole that Simpsons have put themselves in. You know, picking the Estes, blocking in this Yuzong already. They need a gold laner, and these are the marksmen that TSU are going to take off the map.
So Use and Shrine banned once again as per the last game as usual, and now that takes out one very good jungler once again. Cole might very well go with Balman like we expected, but yeah, looking at the compositions right now, I feel like definitely that Yuzhong and Estes combination is gonna be deadly. Forza is yet to find her match as well on the other side, to be honest. I mean, yeah, Bane on mid lane, I feel like Forza in early game can definitely outdamage and outrange Bane easily.
Yeah. I mean, the main thing that Simpsons I think need to watch out here for is that Bane ultimate when it comes to the mid game. You know, that's where the Ballman may not be that great, you know. That's where Blazer and Damien and all these heroes that need to dive into your face, they're going to have a little bit trouble getting through that. They're going to be taking a lot of damage just to try to get to TSU. So right now I think they really need some range. They need a nice gold laner, and there's not many options for them. Clint is gone. Beatrix is gone. Popo's gone. Brody's been taken by Dogtor. You know, we've seen a couple of gold laners like Claude come in here and there, but there's not a lot of high meta gold laners left. Claude, it looks like
Harry is a very big possibility, yeah, and that's actually a very big pick as well because, you know, just shred them down, but we see Hayabusa picked by Nixu, and that could very easily be the pick they need to like dive behind, get someone vital down like Damien is. So this is definitely already a mind game draft, and I feel like that carry could definitely do some wonders, but we see Glue, so that definitely turned the tides, I believe.
Yeah, I really like TSU's composition right now. From early game to late game, they brought it all. I mean, so does the Simpsons. They do have a nice draft. Like if I wasn't looking at TSU's team right now, and I was just looking at the Simpsons team, I would say it's not bad. It definitely works. But I just feel like they kind of get countered from TSU right now. TSU just did Glue's gonna be able to get in. If he can get on top of that Estes, it's gonna be a problem. You know, just so many opportunities for them to get the team fight into their hands here.
Yeah, honestly, for me, what I love to focus on now is how Nixu is going to jungle, because Hayabusa kind of needs to jungle aggressively, otherwise he can't get that, can't get the control of the map. Later on, you need to rotate once the roaming phase is already up, and you might get taken down easily. So we're gonna have to see what Nixu does. Gonna get their own creeps, obviously, but you know, for Hayabusa, you shouldn't be scared to play aggressively very early on, because do very decent amount of damage already by level 4. You know, you have excellent mobility, some of the best of all of the assassins, and love to see that, because for example, as opposed to Balman, who is pretty much like a walking meat shredder, you really want to have that mobility happening.
Yeah, hopefully Tamal, though, can help with some of the mobility for Japanese here.
Tamal tried to steal that one.
He forced the Retribution out of Cold World, which is going to be helpful, especially if TSU wants to try to push for an invade. And like you said, I think it's going to be super important for Nikto to try to get some early game ganks. The problem is his only targets really are going to be Farza and Daggers. Everyone else is going to be a little bit too bulky. He needs to try to either get a pick on Daggers and Damien in this top lane, or maybe he gets Farza. But I don't think he's going to be able to one-shot Cold World with that ultimate, you know?
Yeah, so far as I've seen, Navis is very good playing passively with mages, and I believe, like, as a Farsa, you got to be ready for potential assaults anyways, because you are just so susceptible to possible burst damage. And you know, even though you have great escapes in your arsenal, you just have to be ready for it. Japanese holding his own right now. Navis and Damien creating quite a lot of pressure actually on mid lane, and Blazer already pushing forward as well. Ziggy, his own Baron experience.
Nice pick, though. Can they get it? Nikto with the ultimate onto Navis. Is he going to be able to secure it? He does. First blood going to Nikto. Tamal taking a bit of damage, though, here. The shield comes in to help delay. Damien may be next as Dogtor pushes forward. They're going to cut this lane and revert back to take this gold plating off of this tower, Ryan.
Yeah, I think a very usual thing to see in pro play especially is usually Farthus going first. It's just because early game she just can't do much by herself. And once again, Balman with a turtle, I mean, that's just what Cold World does best. And they're gonna get the turret also easily. Japanese, obviously, you know, his turret damage already high enough, and Bane is gonna be deadly in late game, I believe, but that's a great response. That's a great response from Navis.
Yeah, beautiful pick for Ness. Feathered Airstrike gets the stun in, able to take out Nikto, take off the jungler. So this is going to help Cold World, I think, a little bit in this fight, and it's going to slow TSU down and the aggressiveness they've been playing. But look, they're coming in on Japanese all alone in this gold lane, and Daggers is just shredding through. The lethal counter comes in and secures the kill on a Japanese. Tamal and the rest of TSU are trying to help. Nikto into this back line, hits that ultimate on the Navis, but the damage is just not enough because the heal coming from Damien helps them secure, so TSU is forced to disengage. Ryan.
Yeah, it's marvelous to see how they still tried to go for the turret as well, just completely disregarded TS2 there. And I mean, they tried there. Now Doctor was trying his luck there, but didn't get anyone down yet. And I feel like the first raid where they lost Force, I mean, Simpsons were still close to winning it. Now Tamal might be going down there, but just escapes with the S2. And yeah, I think that happened because Damien just couldn't get in range to throw that S1 and Nevis, and it wasn't even that excessive damage that was caused there. But yeah, I feel like Damien needs to be very careful with his positioning to support everyone, and Simpsons could very easily have that game.
Something else that just happened that is huge for the Simpsons. Cold World comes into the red buff and steals Nikto's red buff. Just takes it from him blatantly. You know, complete disrespect. Nowhere. And look at him now, coming to this blue, putting a lot of harassment onto Nikto, and Nikto can't do anything. He does. He loses the blue buff. This is huge for the Simpsons. And a nice lethal counter on Tamal. Cold World is snowballing at this point. They're going to move on to this turtle, and it's looking good for the side of the Simpsons right now, Ryan.
Yeah, they really have no counter for Cole right now. Only possible solution to this is in the late game. Like we see right now, Ziggy is ulting on top of Cole, and I wanted to see that happen because Ziggy is the only potential counter right now for Balmond. But even though he manages to save himself and heal up, they can't take Balmond down, and that is a huge problem from TSU's side. We can also see that Nikto, you know, he cannot jungle. Hayabusa is so very much dependent on buffs. He is up there together with Fanny and Ling on buff dependency, and it's really sad to see right now. But that tank could be coming in. A nice job from Tamal, helping his team move in and close the gaps. And that Bane ultimate as well, but doesn't get anyone down.
You know, but Navis did such a wonderful job at following behind, positioning herself for that feathered airstrike, and just helping her team in the nick of time. And now Damien and Colward are going to keep up this push, and this is what we saw in game one. Damien and Colward just staying together, and every time you would think they have to go back to base, they're able to just keep up the aggression. In comes Colward, tries to hit that lethal counter, not quite able to. Dogtor with the torn apart memories almost takes out Cold World, but once again he is just a wall right now with Damien by his side and almost impossible to kill. Ryan.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They've been doing just so well, but it looks like all the teams are holding for
TSU
Not
asked
all
for
of
a
the teams, but
pause real
TSU
quick.
are calling for a pause. Okay.
We're going to give them a quick second. We'll figure out what's happening. This will give us a little bit of time to break down what's been going on. Simpsons with a 1,000 gold lead right now. Also a 2-kill lead, keeping the pressure on. Is TSU's only hope right now is to try to make it to the late game here?
Absolutely. I mean, Belmont still has that huge damage, and with the ultimate, he can still absolutely ravage the squishes. He's gonna get Nikto very, very easily if Nikto somehow exhausts his escape through the shadows. And I feel like goal is gonna be the key once again. And unless they find a way to stop him, it's gonna be Simpsons' game. Ziggy has been doing well. He's been trying his best right now, and he already ulted on Cole, but had no follow-up from rest of TSU's side. So we have to see what's going to happen. I mean, there isn't so much damage, on TSU's side if you consider Ziggy and Tamal. Tamal already playing Mathilda. Her attacking capabilities have been nerfed so many times, and we're also continuing on with the game now. But yeah, we also see Nikto, who is bit underfarmed now, losing the buffs, and to be honest, I have to say the only chance TSU can win this right now is only if Doctor and Japanese set up nice plays and get the kill.
Yeah, I think at this point, they really need to try to focus. Wait a second, though. Tamal taking a bit of damage. Blazer coming in. Tamal uses that circling eagle, but not able to secure the kill. Pays the price for it. Blazer, though, taken out. Dogport gets the kill. Navis there, just like always, though, to use that bit of the airstrike to zone them off. She's been doing such an amazing job this game. And like you said, at this point, Nikto is, almost useless in these team fights. He didn't really capitalize in the early game. It's going to be tough for him. Ziggy taking a bit of damage from daggers, able to get the health back just in time though, but the sun does not come in. Ziggy forced to get off and run away. And again, the turtle does go to the side of TSU, but the Simpsons just seems to be controlling these team fights, Ryan.
Yeah, right now it's been going well. Blazer as well, still holding that bottom lane. Doctor is trying his best there to pressure him, and Cole might be going down that damage overtime, but he's just manages to escape. Oh dear.
Every time he escapes with just a sliver of health, man. Who really knows how to put additions. TSU though, and they need to take this tower, do something here. We are starting to see them make a little bit of a comeback though, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely. Tamal also got that dominant size. They could definitely make that dive happen, possibly slow down Carrie, who doesn't have real cave skills in her arsenal, and it's possible. Damien and Carrie, SS and Carrie on the bottom lane. Now they could be rotating towards it, but they're trying to clear out that mid lane first, and the turrets, just look at the turret game. TSU just so much on top of it right now, which is a huge indicator of them actually doing the right thing in the bigger scheme of things, and just the Simpsons only responding to it with kills is not enough.
Yeah, they do need to, take a bit. They need to try to get this middle tower, open up the jungle a bit more, open up their positioning a bit more to be able to get these pushes in. Because right now, TSU, once again, they've controlled the macro of this map. The top lane pushing down, keeping Yuzong in this fight, and now they're pushing in as Tamal comes all the way around, locks on to Damien. Ziggy trying to come in, but Daggers is here, but he's a little too deep, and is going to pay the price for that. Taken out before Ziggy can even really secure the ultimate. We do have them keep pushing. Japanese with a nice deadly catch onto all the team, pushing them back, but Navis once again zoning away the team. We're starting to see that feathered airstrike not be as scary to the side of TSU during these team fights.
Yep, they just stood there and took it in the face, even considered a chance to make a second dive in there, but didn't happen. I feel like Daggers was an unfortunate loss there because he was just extended a bit too much forward. He was out of Damien's reach and couldn't get the heal on him, even though the rest of Simpsons could have gone down. Blazer just goes in there with Yuzong. Can he do it? No, he's gonna get taken out in seconds.
But he steals the Lord. A nice
He did.
He does take the Lord. Blaze secures it for his life, and the Simpsons are now going to fall back. They know they did their job. They got the Lord. They lose a hero, but this will at least extend this game a little bit longer here, Ryan.
Yeah, that's very important. Just look at how Doctor was pressuring that top lane all the time. And now it slows down the pressure a little bit on there. It eases the pressure there, and they can maybe possibly get that mid turret, but still not yet. No mid wave, no minion wave in sight. That blue buff, does it go for Cold World? Yes, it does.
No,
I think
Nikto gets it this time.
No, Nikto gets it this time. Okay.
Did
I was saying
finally
the circle. I was already worried about it.
I was worried too. I'm like, they're not going to take another buff from him, are they?
Yeah.
Nikto does luckily secure it in the bot lane, though. He is pushing hard on to Daggers. Not able to get the kill, though. But still, I mean, the playing field, I feel like, is kind of
look at Ziggy.
back to...
He's going to come. He's going to take maybe possibly Damien. If they get Damien out, it could be huge, but they're just not going to follow up because the second player right behind Ziggy was just a Maul, so they didn't have the damage in place there, and they still have to focus on lanes as well. Obviously, now Doctor has to clear off that top lane once again because even though that Lord was taken out, they have to delete all the minions as well.
Yeah, it's a hard call right now, man. You know, yes, TSU does have a few more towers, is up a little bit in gold, but look at this Cold Whirl with a nice kill onto... Or no, Daggers goes down. That confused me.
Yeah, that was Daggers.
Daggers taken out from Nikto. So even though Nikto's fallen behind in this endgame, he's still positioning himself well and making sure he's targeting the right people and he's securing these kills when he needs to.
Yeah, I feel like Blue is a pretty good counter pick to carry as well, even though, you know, blue damage and all that, but Blue can very easily heal himself out of it, and not a real issue for him in this situation. Nikto tries his best there, but obviously can only make one dive and has to return immediately because already Damien has that ultimate up. Maybe threw it in a little bit too early because there was no real danger to Simpsons' side, and they might be a bit vulnerable now.
Yeah, you know, I really think Daggers needs to lock in this Wind of Nature, and she's going for the Thunder Belt right now, so it's going to be at least an item or two until she can really get some defensive security to deal with Nikto. So it's going to be a few minutes until she cannot be caught off by Nikto, and I think this is the time when TSU really needs to keep on pushing. They have the sustainability with Ziggy. Not only that, but Japanese, with that second skill, she can keep herself alive, give herself a little speed boost to position herself, and not only that, but she's outputting amazing damage right now. So another problem for the Simpsons to have to deal with in some of these fights right now, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely, and I mean that gold lane also has gold towards TSU right now. Also Nikto actually gold lead better than all of Simpsons' sides, so I think he can definitely be some kind of a scare in late game. And possibly do something. Once they get the Lord as well, this could be huge.
And comes Blazer.
There is still Ziggy trying his best there to scare Simpsons away. He's gonna
try
to bring Cole in there.
Doctor able to get the kill. Cole will go down. Damien maybe next, and TSU is pressing their advance. Knives hanging on, which is a sliver of health. Daggers trying to defend, but not quite able to. This may be the finish right here, boys and girls. Damien is the last one left, and he's taken out a full team wipe, only for the price of Ziggy. And TSU will most likely take this game here. The death counters, though, are not too high, and it's going to be a minute until Lord gets here. Hopefully, everyone can get back on the map to defend this Lord push. Do you think the Simpsons survives this siege, Ryan?
Oh, it's gonna be real hard. I mean, that Lord in there as well, even though all of them are respawning in seconds, it's gonna be really, really impactful what's gonna happen in these coming seconds. Now, Cole is trying his best, but he has to fall under the Nexus as well. Nikto can do all too good in there because of his stratos. He can just pour in and pour out right in seconds. It's so easy for him to cause trouble right now. As you can see also, you know, he took out the minion waves just spawning. They lose the inhibitor in mid lane as well. Simpsons in a very sticky situation. All of the minions crashing in, especially look at the top lane. Doctor trying to make damage, but he might go down. That was a bit of an overextension from him. And Blazer is awarded with a kill.
And nice play on the Dogtor, gets caught up. The nice petrified knockup coming from Blazer, timed perfectly, but they are just keeping up the push. TSU finally deciding to back off a little bit. You've got two inhibitors, you've taken a huge advantage on the map, and you still have a nice gold lead. You don't need to overextend yourselves. You know you're winning the game right now, so play it patient and play it smart, and they could turn this game out, but it's going to become harder and harder as Damien gets tankier, and we do see a bit of a fight. Ziggy getting melted down here from Daggers, taking out Small. Maybe next. Daggers just shredding through, but Nikto poking into the back line, getting a little bit of damage on Daggers, forcing them back, but Damien is there to heal them up when it matters. Nikto, though, coming in on Cold World. Nice lethal counter, but it's not enough. You pay the price, and you are taken off the map. Cold World back to a 30-second death counter as TSU presses the advance once more, Brian.
Yeah, Cole was left behind by his teammates. You could see that Nikto tried to get that kill initially, and Bane with a nice finish there. Nikto was already in there anyway, so there was no escape in sight for Navis, and this is definitely CSU's game now. There's no chance for Simpsons whatsoever really in here. Already that lead is so huge. They aren't even max level yet, Simpsons.
I just saw Knaves get deleted. I mean,
Yeah.
Japanese flickered in, hit that ultimate, and it went from full health bar to no health bar. I didn't even see the yellow mark, just completely crumbled. And this is what I meant when we get to this mid to late game, that Bane mid lane, and he's got no deaths right now. He's got almost a full kit of items locked in. He does have a full kit of items locked in, so he's just another super shred coming through Damien, taking off the map. I mean, this is what they need to be worried about. Japanese is going to start off putting some crazy damage. Jamal shredded down from Daggers. They do secure the Lord, though. Ziggy taken out, and Daggers is just shredding through. But he may be taken out from Nikto. Nikto able to get the kill. 4 members of the Simpsons goes down just when it looked like Simpsons was coming back in that team fight. In comes Nikto and Dogtor to clean things up. This is it. Game 3 going to TSU, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. I mean, huge comeback. I don't know how to put this into words, but a very nice end to this. They just continued on. They run rampant. Bane and, Nikto as well. He did so well. He played passively, but he caught Cole off guard. He was scared of that initial burst damage, but when he found the opportunity, he took it and finished on 5-1-7. It's a very good finish, actually, for him, considering the early game where Cole bullied him so much in his own jungle.
Yeah, I mean, just overall, I really think TSU... first game wasn't their greatest game. Even second game, it's not the TSU that, it seems like maybe something's still a little off. They are trying out new things, some different compositions, but overall, still was able to control maps, still was able to pull it out, even against that late game Estes, and Daggers shredding through them. Just the timing, I think, of those team fights. Nikto always knew when to come in and when to do the damage that he needed to. We thought Nikto was out of the game after that early game death and losing all those buffs, but he just proved to come in and still make huge statements in those team fights when we were at the 15-minute mark.
Yeah, I thought so as well. I mean, looking at that, on paper, it seems like a passive team composition. We see Mathilda, Glue, Bane, but that Bane is MVP both for me and inside the game as well. That's crazy. That's just...
They really make it work, and I know I every time a caster comes on here and TSU's playing, I talk about it, and I'm so glad we got to see it tonight. It was right around that 12-minute mark, it just starts taking off, and they showed they could carry through. But enough of this game. Let's get back to the caster's desk and talk about what's coming up next. Next up, I think we should have a good match to watch. Two teams that have not gotten any wins yet. They've really been going up against, the Team Sexies, the TSUs, the Area 77s. But now I think we're seeing a bit of an even matchup here. We have Deuce Knights up against the Kingdom. Now, Ryan, I know you don't have a whole lot of information on either of these teams. A lot of us don't. They're both new teams to this league. They're both new teams to the tournament scene of NA. So they both have a lot to prove here. Deuce Knights does have a player, Easy Peasy, who's a bit more well known. The Kingdom with their captain Boca Roscoe. So there are some notable players on each side, but definitely two teams that are trying to prove themselves in this league currently, Ryan.
Yeah, so don't quote me on this, but I believe one team is gonna win, and
this is true.
I feel like we're gonna see a lot of clues about this early in the ban phase already, because not in the ban phase, but also in the pick and ban phase, I'd say, because we could already we could already see a lot from the picks of TSU, Simpsons, and we could kind of guess how the game was going to be. Like we understood how the Balmond is going to be very influential in the game. However, it didn't win Simpsons the series, so let's see if there is going to be something quirky, is going to be something kooky in here as well.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. We're going to do a ping check real fast. We're going to put up a quick 5-minute waiting screen. I need to grab some water real quick. And I know the teams are getting ready. Ryan, if you would like to grab yourself some water. Everyone else, if you guys need to use the bathroom, grab some popcorn, call your moms, do whatever you need to do. We're going to be starting this game in just a minute. I will see you guys in the draft. All right, welcome back, guys. We have completed the ping checks and everything, so we're going to be starting in just a second. Before we start that, I want to give a quick shout out to all of the people that are helping out with this league. All my mods like Sakira, May Sky, Ritz, Richie, all you guys, if I'm forgetting your name, I'm so sorry. To my graphics designers like Ravi, to Diosito and Sakira for doing data collection this season. Just so many of you guys. Shout out to the casters, to people like Ryan and Ben and Aiko and all of them who are helping out with this. But most of all, I want to give a quick shout out to the main sponsor for this season, the people that have sponsored this prize pool, that have supported us in such a great way, and that is United Farmers X. They're a project launched by a group of passionate professionals who have been scammed, rug pulled, and lied to in the past. Their aim is to provide an extremely safe and expansive ecosystem for cryptocurrency that includes yield farming and automated market making for the Binance Smart Chain network, and have many more exciting projects in development. I'm pretty sure they're about to open up an NFT project. They are fully doxed, very responsive and trustworthy team with a commitment to the growth and success of the ecosystem. They have a passion to help you make passive income. In layman's terms, for those that have no clue what I'm talking about, they are basically a cryptocurrency company, a pretty new one at that. And my favorite thing about them is that they completely transparent. They have a Discord where you can ask any questions you want about them. They have a YouTube, a Reddit, a Telegram. If you need any of their information, it is in the description. They have sponsored the prize pool of this league this season, so make sure you check them out and show them some love. Even if you're not interested in making some passive income, check them out, give them a share, things like that. If you know people who are into cryptocurrency, send them their way, because they are supporting Mobile Legends esports in North America currently, so I appreciate it, guys. Also, if you do not know this already, we have a GoFundMe going on for this league. Our goal was $1,000, and we have already hit that. We've had $1,000 worth of donations coming in the GoFundMe, which I'm about to have posted right now. You can click !donate and the link will pop up. It is the way that we pay all the people that are working for this league. None of us are getting paid for this currently. My mods are all doing it because they support the idea, support the cause. So 20% goes to my mods, 20% goes to my casters, 20% goes to the data collectors, 10% to my graphic designers, 20% to the prize pool, and 10% to me personally. All of it will also be transparent see-through. When it's time to make the payments, I'll make sure that all the people show that they were paid. That way you guys know that you're not just donating to me, and I'm not just pocketing all the money, right? So thank you again for everyone that supported and for those that are going to futurely support. But we are going to be jumping into this game in just a second. Are you ready, Ryan?
Oh, I'm absolutely ready, and I think we can jump right into the pick and ban phase then.
Yeah, I'm just letting the teams know that we're about to start, making sure they know this isn't a pig check. We starting, and it's going to be the Kingdom with first pick, first ban. You know, like I said, neither of these teams have gotten a win just yet. So someone's got to get it this time, right, Ryan?
Yeah, absolutely. And just like every single last game we've seen in the last series, Ive is the first ban, Clint is right the second one.
You know,
and Esmeralda, surprisingly the second. Maybe just bad experiences.
Honestly, even though we didn't see her in the last game, Esmeralda has been a popular ban, at least for certain teams in the league right now, and a popular pick. She's been a first or second pick a lot of the time. A lot of teams prioritize her, think she's a major thing. But Yves, in like the first couple days of the season, she had just gotten the nerf, and nobody was really worried about her. And then a few teams started playing her again, and now she is just becoming this. Either she's right back on the ban block of either being banned or picked immediately. And one thing I do have to give to the Kingdom right now is they did, even though they lost their last series, they did get a win against the Valley. And the Valley is all Gosu members, a hard-hitting team, a definite top 6 or top 4 in the league right now. So I can say that the Kingdom's got that for them. They have a bit of a better track record than Deuce Knights currently.
Yeah, might be might be seeing something from the picks as well, but I can see Kingdom taking their time with that third ban, so talking things through, and Uranus, a very famous harass hero, is gonna get banned, so definitely lowering the options for Deuce Knights on their experience lane.
Yeah, I mean, I do the Fanny ban now. That Fanny ban's definitely a target ban for the Kingdom. We've seen the Kingdom run the Fanny. They do have a decent Fanny put in the team, but honestly, I want to say that they've subbed in 2 players tonight, and the player that used to play the Fanny all the time won't be here as much. Plex is running jungle currently, so it's may have been a wasted ban.
Hold on, we see a Tigreal. We see a Tigreal being covered.
Alert! Alert!
Yeah, right. It turns over to Yuzhong, and yeah, I think the Fan is a bit of a wasted ban. I mean, you can counter her with some just target stun heroes, but you know, to each their own. Obviously, first jungler is being shown. That's going to be Lancelot, and paired with Mathilda. So something we've already seen as well from the last series, and. Mathilda, obviously, if not banned, a very nice pick. However, it didn't win the game for Simpsons then.
No, it did not. And I'm wondering how that Matilda's going to pair up with Easy Peasy. He's already got so much mobility, so maybe they're planning to have a kind of less mobile mage on the side of Deuce Knights, and that's who's really going to get the advantage from this Matilda. Because I just feel like that's the reason, that's what makes Matilda good, is she can give these less mobile heroes a little more mobility, you know, and help them get around the map, help them get to that back line, things of that nature. But if you're going to put a bunch of mobile heroes around her, it's kind of a pointless pick.
So we see a Lilia and Kufra combo coming in from Kingdom, which is definitely very nice considering Lilia's burst damage as well. So a lot of like central CC considering they have Yuzhong as well. If you go with Kufra, that's something ominous already. And Haji replying to that with an idiot.
Yeah, that's gonna. I mean. I mean, I would say right now Deuce Knights has more singular CC, you know, like picking off one hero, getting to that one person and trying to secure the kill, to whereas the side of the Kingdom has a bit more group CC. You know, we have this Kufra in, some nice possible set potential with that. Then you got the Yuzhong, who if he can get into that back line, which currently there is no real back line for him to target, but either way, he can cause some disruption. If he can get that Purify knockup, we've seen how devastating it can be in the previous series tonight. So a lot of play potential from both sides right now.
Yeah, and we see YSS banned again. We see Popple and Koopa, so a little bit down on the support front again. Something taken out of play at least. A Cillian ban actually from the Kingdom. And I mean, this is interesting because I wouldn't count Cecile as a counter for Lilia. He does, I mean, yeah, he does have great damage, obviously, but he's not like that meta, in my opinion. I mean, he doesn't really, he has a blind spot around him, and it's very easy to pull him down.
I agree, and there's been 2 or 3 teams that have been prioritizing him and even banning him, and I'm glad you agree, because I've been saying it repetitively that I just don't think he's worth the ban. You know, some players say he is, some casters think he is, but I just personally think he's a good pick, but you just give up so much of the early game. And even with the recent buff on him, he's still only really competent in the at earliest, like kind of late mid game. So I just don't think he's worth the ban. I think there would have been better choices for the Kingdom here to take out. But they decided to go for it, so we'll see how that works out for them. Farza still on the map right now. Lu Yi still on the map right now. Plenty of mage picks for Hendrik Lovzal right now.
Yeah, and we're going to see Cho, and if I guess that Cho's going to be tanked, then we see a Roamer, and then we're going to see Edith, maybe an experienced lane. That's a usual counter, it seems, for against Yuzhong already, and going to see Anga taking the Brody, possibly.
Yeah, a lot of, I mean, I like the fact that Edith or Chao can really they can decide whatever. It gives them a little bit of flexibility here on if they really want to, they can put Chao in the sideline, or they can put Edith there, and Edith can be a decent tank. I want to say I recall seeing Deuce Knights run Edith as a tank, so that might be their choice here. I can't quite remember. Plex, though, locking in the Roger. A real aggressive composition now when I look at the side of the kingdom.
Oh, that is a magnificent composition. And we see a Mia. We were just talking about the Mia earlier.
About the Mia.
Yeah.
I don't know.
What do you know?
I don't know.
There is really no CC to couple it with on DK's side. I guess they are hoping for Mia to hit these stuns as well, possibly on Brody. So it's possible for Mia to win the lane against Brody, absolutely. But looking at the jungle, looking at the CC, I'm favoring Kingdom for this one. I mean, Kufra, Lilia, Yuzhong already. The first 3 picks already were pretty decent.
Yeah, I just feel like I don't know. I think that Brody really outlanes. I think he's going to beat her in the early game. Maybe if Mia can play safe, she can kind of get an advantage in the mid game. But by then, if the Kingdom's smart, they'll have already tried to push this tower in. But we are jumping into the game. Game 1 of the Kingdom up against Deuce Knights. I got to give the draft over to the Kingdom right now, honestly.
Okay, so we're gonna see experienced lane show. I just wanted to point that out there. We're gonna see a show against Yuzhong. That's gonna be very interesting to see. I'm gonna see a lot of recall spam.
A lot of recall spam. Yes, the glorious Cho recall spam, all in our face. I'm wondering how he does. Personally, I think Yuzhong may end up winning the fight, but look at the early Garmadesh and Kawhi coming in onto Plex. A nice knockup from Endical. He's forced to use that Retribution, and I like the aggression, but in comes Love Me Senpai. He does get the knockup onto Kawhi, and Kawhi goes down for that early game aggression. They are going to push in now. I think this is the chance of the Kingdom needs to be aggressive.
Yeah, they paid the price for that hectic push. I mean, wasn't a big follow-up from Easy Peasy either, and it was definitely a failed invade. I mean, they did make them forced to use that Retribution, but losing a player so early on using... they're playing Matilda as a mid lane mage as well this time, so
Oh yeah.
It's gonna leave a mark. She already doesn't have really lasting damage, so...
No, and she doesn't have a lot of range either, honestly. Yeah. So I think they kind of took a big sacrifice on that. I would have liked a Farza or something like that a lot more here to kind of somebody that can sit in the back and output damage. And in the bottom, though, Haji with the knockup and the Petrify lane onto Plex is going to chase this down in wolf form, and he's going to get that kill. Another kill going into Roger. And this is not what you want at 2 minutes in the game. Roger at 2-0 is a deadly thing to go against, Ryan.
I mean, Roger a few seasons ago, he was so goddamn broken. He was the perma-banned hero. He was the poster child for the banned heroes, and he's still very, very viable. Kingdom trying to challenge for that turtle, but these knights are coming in. But here is obviously Antifa with Yuzhong. However, the Deuce Knights still get the turtle and run away with it.
Luckily, they take that turtle. That is good. And 2-2-0 up in the top, able to get a kill onto Brody. I guess you were right. Mia winning the lane right now.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, that attack speed by itself already is huge. It just deletes Brody in no time. We just see Mia drop a little bit of health. But, yeah. You know, just a little bit of extra gold from the gold lane, nothing too much. At least if Mia can get that lead up, she's gonna be deadly in the late game. And Deuce Knights do have like possibly more of a late game composition, but
yeah,
they don't have that much damage, right? Only if you count in Mia and if Easy Peasy is doing well in jungle, which they seem to be. They are focusing on invading a lot. They are focusing on stealing a lot of Kingdom's creeps, and that could have an effect, but still Roger hasn't suffered a lot because of this either.
Yeah, I mean, Roger definitely winning when it comes to the two junglers, but Easy Peasy hasn't gotten taken out yet. He just needs a little bit more time to get the items he needs, and I like the fact that Deuce Knights, even though they messed up that first invade, it didn't like put them out of the game. Like, they're like, we're gonna still keep playing aggressive. We're gonna still keep trying to push in, steal creep camps, things like that. And so they're still trying to keep their own pace of this game. As we see
that.
a nice
trying to get dive in there.
Easy peasy, maybe taking a bit of damage. Plex might come in here. Nice ult flicker on Easy Peasy, and he is gonna go down. Love Me Senpai collects a kill. Hendrik Lovesaldo with the knockup, hits that ultimate for him, tries to do the damage, gets a kill on the Love Me Senpai, but he will possibly go down. Boca Roscoe on the chase here, but overall, Deuce Knights do take the win on that team fight, and Boca Roscoe may just be next. Haji rotating up, trying to get the dash, not quite able to secure the kill though, Ryan.
Oh, as a former Lila player myself, I just love the adrenaline rush of the chase, of just running away players, and when you're just, you know, your ultimate cooldown is just ticking down as well. It's gonna be so funny. But right now, it just had to force them back a little bit with the damage, and I have to say, Lame Senpai did a very good job there with the cover ultimate as well. You know, just straight into that tiny little wall there, and did take Easy Peasy down, so very well played, to be honest. Once again, coming together over the turtle. Looks like Deuce Knights are overpowering the whole area there. Lame Senpai already bullied out of it. Hendrik doing his best he can there, but a nice move straight in there.
That was a beautiful play. Now they're going to move on to Haji here. Plex is going to try to get this kill. He is in wolf form. He hits that second skill, able to get the kill onto Haji. A nice 2 heroes taken from the side of Deuce Knights. Along, did they get the turtle also there? No. Deuce Knights does secure the turtle.
No, Easy Peasy stole that, actually, yeah.
And now Easy Peasy fighting back. Plex taken out. A nice counter. I mean, they are brawling right now. Kawhi with the circling eagle on to Love Me Senpai. He's going to go down. Ragnar's trying to zone them off and save this tower before Mia comes in and gets it here, Ryan.
Yeah, we've seen 11 kills in 6 minutes, which is huge considering this is still like early game moving into mid game, and we see just so much like space and open areas being used. A lot of fights already around objectives. You can see both teams really want to like focus on the turtle, really want to focus on possible kills opening up there. Once again, already a dive from Antifa, but he's gonna get pulled in there and he's gonna get shredded. But he still gets that lifesteal going, but no, not for too long. He's still gonna get taken out. And it's just 3-on-2, but now Plex jumps in there. Can he get Hendrik? No, he doesn't. Just escapes in time. However, Mia gets the counter kill immediately.
Yeah, I mean, this is much more fast-paced than what we just watched with TSU.
He just alone there on the bottom gets the turrets. Very important for Deuce Knights.
Yeah, I mean, they are just going at it right now. Another kill onto Boca Roscoe from Deuce Knights. Easy peasy. Now onto this tower, trying to make a play. A nice Tyrant's Rage, though, bringing them onto the tower. Behind her gloves all gets the knockup and helps the rest of his team disengage. But look at Haji under the tower, trying to make a play here. Gets the kick onto Love Me Senpai, but he takes too many shots. Overextended, and Plex is going to get that kill. They are just going at it right now, Ryan.
Yeah. I mean, you know, as a Joe, he just should have gone for the kill anyways. He couldn't save himself. But yeah, it's been wonderful right now the past few minutes. Another turret is gonna fall, easy peasy, makes quick work of this one. And once again, Brody gets deleted and he just doesn't have a say in this. He can't make anything happen against that Mia.
Easy peasy all alone, though. Anifwa trying to come in. In comes Haji, though, to maybe help save the day. Will he get the knockup? Easy peasy. Not able to. It does get away. Anifwa gets the kick. Now, you are the one overextended. And Hendrik Lovesaldo gets the flip, gets the knockup, and they get the kill. A nice play. Hopefully, the Kingdom can take this tower, though. Easy peasy, taking a bit of damage, and forces them to get away from that mid lane tower.
Yeah, I feel like Antifa has been a bit overeager with his ultimates. I mean, he has gone like 0-3 right now as well to pretty much paint a picture of what's going on right now. He goes too forward, he goes alone, usually tries to get this picks, but by himself he's obviously going to get taken out, finds himself in enemy territory. It's not so easy. Kawhi actually does quite a bit of damage here and can maybe even challenge Lilia there, but not too much. Obviously can't get too much into range. Love Me Senpai just waiting in the bush, probably could be an initiation, but Kawhi gets away from them.
I mean, they're definitely, the Deuce Knights are starting to definitely take control of the map, take control of the pace of this game. At first, it seemed like the Kingdom was really pushing that early game advantage, and now it seems like Deuce Knights is just turning this around. Look at Easy Peasy coming in with the puncture through. Boca Roscoe forced to use those black shoes to get out. Kawhi gets away with a sliver of health, and in comes Hendrik Lazal with a beautiful knockup, but Love Me Senpai with the Tyrant's Rage and lands this fight into the hands of the Kingdom. Plex, though, knocked up from Haji, is gonna get away with just a sliver of health, and they are battling out. Haji taken out in the back line. 2-2-0 all alone. Make that a triple kill going to Plex. A nice turnaround to the hands of the Kingdom. I mean, I can't give it to anybody right now, Ryan.
Yeah, Kingdom just turned it around also well. Plex, you know, already fed, it made it even further. Pretty much, I'd say it was pretty much a solo effort from Plex and Boskowsko there, actually. What happened was Boskowsko had the bloom down, and she supported that damage so much Plex could just finish off these kills so easily. And, you know, even 2-2-0 got taken out. So, left a bit of a breather on the goal lane now as well. Maybe Ranga could possibly challenge for it, but he's pretty much behind. He has to challenge for the farm. He's gonna join his team now, possibly for a team fight, but not too much for the Kingdom to hope for. The Lord is up, but nobody's really going for it yet.
Yeah, you know, I think they need, especially with this Lord pit up here, it may have been a good play for Ranga to try to take that gold tower. Of course, he's nervous. He doesn't want to do it alone. With Hendrik Loves All on this Edith, the picks are ready to happen. But I definitely think the Kingdom needs to try to even up these lanes. I mean, they're taking a major hit with that gold lane, missing all those towers. And Ragna just has to constantly keep going back like we're seeing right now, you know, and the Lord's up. And you're just constantly sending people back to these off lanes, and it puts you at a disadvantage when these big team fights need to happen. But here comes a conceal play. Hendrik Loves All. Senpai, though, trying to get the knockup, not quite able to. Hendrik Loves All gets the flips, goes into that ultimate mode, and starts out putting the damage with Plex, trying to defend. Ragnarok comes in, able to get the stacks, but it's taken out by 2-2-0. 2-2-0 making a huge play. 3 members go down, but he does pay the price. Anifa now on his lonesome in the back line. He does get the kill onto Kawhi, and the passive is up, so he is not down just yet. They get the knockup, and this is a full team wipe going to Deuce Knights. They're gonna go. I mean, do they even go for the Lord right here, or do they just push down the middle?
Just take the turrets. I mean, Cho is maybe gonna initiate the Lord, but you know, just take the turrets first and then move on to the Lord. Cho's gonna start it, and they're gonna join him in. It was amazing what happened. I mean, Colorm is surprised that conceal attack worked out, because the Kingdom had like vision of all of the bushes. They had the lethal when they were taken as well. There was the Boskowsko straight in the mid lane bushes as well. How did that work out so well is the question. Like, Huawei just dove in there, and the rest of them followed up without ease.
And then, I mean, 2-2-0 used that ultimate to conceal herself. She got right next to that blue buff. And then at that point, it's like, I'm just going to stand still and smash this attack button. And no one was ready to target her. She was able to take out a person too. And yes, she did end up dying, but she outputted the damage that it needed to. Plex got taken out. Boca Roscoe got taken out. Ranga got taken out. And after that, it was just a GG. I think Love Me Senpai overextended a little bit too much trying to get the set, and once he was caught up with Hendrik Loves All, it was bad. But here comes the Lord push. They are going to try to defend here, and they're going to be able to melt it down, and it's a nice defense coming from the Kingdom.
It's nice, but once again, Easy Peasy annihilates their jungle, obviously, and you know that pressure on the map is quite clearly well against the Kingdom right now. Look at how far back they had to fall. They still have to defend against the minions as well. They could, Deuce Knights could approach them from any angle possible, really. Already Antifa taking so much damage. They take the turret as well. It's going to be a very, very tough defense right now.
Hendrik Loves All has been doing a great job with these concealed plays, man.
Absolutely,
even there, like just coming in, zoning off for that tower, and you gotta be careful. We were a little worried when we just saw the single man CC coming from Deuce Knights, but they're making it work very well. They don't need the group CC, but wait a second, Haji. I thought we might see a pick there, but no, we weren't really worried. I was worried that they weren't going to have enough group CC there, and they obviously don't need it because they're just dominating this game currently.
Yeah. Haji just tried to delay the jungle a little bit, did a little trolling, but obviously doesn't want to challenge Plex there, so has to back off, and they can still take their time, obviously. I mean, now the minion waves are coming once again, but it's nice. They don't need to initiate right away. I mean, the kingdom already have been pushed up forward. The blue buff could be the question. Is anyone gonna fall? No. And the blue buff obviously gonna fall into the hands of Deuce Knights. Easy peasy is just already so fed. He makes these dives happen. He's 7-1. I mean, night and day compared to the last series where we saw Lancelot not really being put into great use.
You know, and he is fed. He's doing great. And you mentioned this in the very beginning that you kind of felt like Deuce Knights even had a bit of a better end game, possibly.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I completely agree. And at this point, with them being 6,000 gold behind, I mean, with the kingdom being 6,000 gold behind, it kind of almost seems like there's no way out of this position. They needed to press the early game. They had the advantage in the first 2 or 3 minutes. Plex had 2 kills, and they just didn't seem to really press in when they had that advantage. And now they are paying the price for that, Ryan.
Yeah, and I'm surprised as well Kawhi's done as well. You know, we can see 12 assists always been in the center of things, and he's been building semi-support actually, and it's been going so well because she can still put out just a bit of damage with S1. She forced Lilia several times back in mid lane, start of the game, and it's been going good. That's good right now for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think with this Lord push, they do have, I mean, with Boca Roscoe, and with this Lilia, with this Brody, I do think they have the clear potential to possibly survive this push. But Deuce Knights is doing a wonderful job currently of syncing up these lanes. I think they don't want to push that mid lane in. They want to wait for this Lord to catch up just a little bit and try to make one big push right here, right now. And that just might be what they're seeing. Easy peasy, coming to this bot lane. A nice kick from Haji. In comes Ragna, though, with the second skill, stopping them in their tracks, pushing them at bay, and the kingdom just keeping up this defense. They're doing a great job at it, but here comes the Lord
is coming,
to this inhibitor. The crash happens, the inhibitor is down, and now the fight is really happening as the side of Deuce Knights tries to push in, maybe take another inhibitor. They're going to rotate down to this bottom lane while Lord is pushing top, and they are going to collect this. They do get it. That's 2 inhibitors down. The Lord is taken off the map, but in comes Easy Peasy with a big puncture through, trying to get a bit of damage, but decides to disengage, and I think Deuce Knights takes the material and walks away.
Yeah, I mean, a great escape with the S1 as well from Easy Peasy. He tried, he did his best in that situation. He could have gotten a kill if he would have been more lucky, but I mean, he did hit, I think he did only hit anti-foul and Lamis and Thai, so not too much there, but there is an initiation right under the turret, which Deuce Knights are completely ignoring right now. Already a double kill for Mia, and Haji is gonna separate Voskarsko as well. They're gonna chase her down, and this is gonna be an easy game for Deuce Knights. That Nexus is already under heavy fire and is going down right now.
Nice plays from Deuce Knights, man. Beautiful plays from Deuce Knights. You know, even there, they knew right when those sets would happen. They knew right when they all needed to push in as a team. They lined up those fights perfectly, and they secured the game. Just a textbook win coming from the side of Deuce Knights there.
Absolutely, yeah.
So looking at some of this, Easy Peasy just dominated with that Lancelot. 8-1-4. Even when I was a little worried he was going to after that first kill, when Plex got the first kill onto him up in the top lane, I was a little worried that Plex was just going to start snowballing, but Easy Peasy comes back in, secures the game, gets the MVP, and then something else I have to point out is Kawhi on that Matilda Mage. It kind of worked out there, huh, Ryan?
Yeah, it did work out. Once again, I wanted to point out her items. I mean, she was building like semi-support because she still had Oracle. In the end, she bought that just for that, just for these dives and for that S2. But early game, you know, she had the damage. She managed to deny Lilia quite a few times, and also had the Mage Emblem to get that damage over time on Lilia just to clear her away a little bit. And I think Plex did very good. On the jungle side, also obviously the losing side is MVP, but just wasn't enough collectively. I'm surprised that it didn't work out so well for Kingdom, but you know.
I think they just need to know, like, I've been seeing it with some of the newer teams. They need to know when you have the advantage and press in. You have this Lilia who does amazing in the early game, especially at invading and tower diving. You have Plex who has these couple kills early on. You have a nice brawler tank in the front with this Kufra. I think they really should have just pushed the aggression, you know? I think that you had an advantage on Easy Peasy. You had an advantage on several picks there, and they just didn't. They just kind of took their kills and got back to playing a regular game, you know? And I really think, I'm hoping this time if they get an early game advantage like they had last time, that they use it to their advantage and not just fall behind into the mid and late game.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, collectively, you know, good effort from Kingdom. But if you look at some of the facts, like for example, Sparko as well had more damage than Ranga had, for example. So you know, that's just paints the picture of what happened on Gold Lane. Mia completely dominated that early in, so definitely want to see an improvement on that as well.
Yeah, most of them. We are going to jump into game 2 now. The Kingdom versus Deuce Knights. Deuce Knights will have first pick, first ban. The question is, that I think we're all wondering, is are we going to see a Mia again, Ryan?
It's gonna be a Mia ban, like the chat suggested. Yeah, possibly ban-worthy now.
Ban-worthy? Question mark?
Yeah. Because Inspire has been buffed. A lot of the battle spells got reworked, and Inspire got buffed. I think it gives like something extra now.
Yeah, a bit of a. I think it gives a little bit of more damage and maybe a bit more speed. It got a major buff.
Paired with that attack speed in Mia, it is insane. But obviously, all the usual bans coming in. I've not the first one this time, but it's the second. Clint being obviously the usual perma ban. Yeah, obviously.
I just want to see her played one time, man. Just once, just one time. You know. I think in the playoffs we may see that happen. You know, I think. That's when these 6 teams have all played it. We're going to have the top 6, and they've all played against each other, and they know certain things. And I think that's when we're going to start seeing some really different bans, you know, a lot more honestly, targeted bans.
Yeah, honestly, it might happen, yeah, like you said, with like priority bans, like with targeted bans, we might see stuff like Valentina slipping past. I mean, we've seen Clint being played a few times already and died, so it's not a wonder if we'll see her slip by. Fanny once again banned, so that is definitely some kind of a personal feud with it.
Yeah. I think they just don't want to deal with it. They don't want to have to worry about it. One thing, I feel like if I'm first pick, though, I would leave the Valentina open. Force the side of the Kingdom to ban it. Because you have first pick. You can lock it in. But then again, maybe Deuce Knights doesn't feel comfortable with her. Maybe their mage doesn't really like her, and she doesn't play amazing on her. So they just get rid of her. But I've been seeing it happen a lot from teams that are first ban, first pick. I would personally leave some of those overpowered heroes open so that I can have them for myself on my first pick.
Your team is
I mean, like you said, you know, I think from the mage player's perspective as well, Valentina is actually very, well, not situational, but only for people who know all of the heroes' ultimates very well, you know, because you have to shape your game style around the opposing team pretty much. And Valentina is definitely not easy to play despite her massive strength.
Aji, though, bringing in this Esmeralda, I mean, and again, I think it's a great pick. I love seeing him on that Chow. I think he did amazing in the XP lane, was able to rotate up. So I'm excited to see how he brings in a bit, you know, not as mobile, but still mobile, but a bit more of a tanky. I really want to see some harassment in the mid game, you know, really just getting in the Kingdom's face with this pick. And I'm excited to see how they respond with their first 2 picks. Do they lock in the Lilia once again with this for Bokarasco?
Yeah, it's interesting to see, and I'd also like to see what the counter Esmeralda is. I mean, we've seen Edith as one, but like you said, you want to see big fights. We want to see a fight in the experience lane for once. So maybe we're gonna see this, but we're gonna see Lolita and Popple and Kupar instead. So it's gonna be interesting to see whether Popple will play now. He's gonna be
gold lane,
or possibly gold lane. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the hands of Ranga, it's definitely going to be gold lane. Well, that's at least original to see. They are surely... No, they are not kidding. They are going Rafaela and Angela.
Hey. Heal
Hey,
galore, man. I don't know.
Yeah.
We've definitely seen some
goddamn everyone.
No one's ever gonna die on this team. I mean,
Yeah.
And then we got we got Esmeralda, we got Rafaela, and we got Angela. Just pure sustainability. Not a lot of damage. I think what they really need to worry about now for the side of Deuce Knights is two just real heavy damage dealers. Either easy peasy on an assassin again for the early game, and then 2-2-0 on another wonderful late game marksman.
And Sicilian is gonna get picked, so which is actually pretty good considering I think either Rafaela or Angela is gonna play on mid and definitely to harass them. Guys, you haven't banned Estes yet. I feel like Estes is a very good addition to Deuce Knight's lineup as well right now. Yeah,
bringing another healer, just really troll. I wouldn't be surprised. I've seen some teams really troll in this league.
Yeah, they are playing Rafaela as the marksman, but
marksman Raph, tank Estes, and then just put Angela as jungle, you know?
Yeah, that could work out. Angela's one is actually pretty scary once leveled up with magic build.
So I'm guessing Angela is gonna be the she's not gonna build tank or anything here. She's just gonna be like the support mage. Rafaela will be tank here. I mean, when I look at the kingdom right now, I do like we're going to see that Sicilian now. We'll see how well it actually does. If it's one thing, it's definitely some late game insurance for the side of the kingdom here. So I think now they just need a little bit of like a nice early game jungler.
Yeah, I'd also like to point out that a total of 6 junglers have been banned. If you count Paquito as a clear jungler as well, I mean that's just mental. And we see Ling, who has been suffering from so many nerfs over the past year.
Yeah,
he's back in it, and it's actually good because it gives them a lot of mobility. That gives them a lot of space, maybe to get that Sicilian down as well in mid lane. You know, it's definitely something to work with. And Irithel as a marksman, which I personally haven't seen a lot, but.
No, 2-2-0 just coming there, 220, 2-2-0. Coming in with some definitely off-brand gold laners here. First we get the Mia, now we got the Irithel. I do like Plex with that Saber pick. I think it could be, I mean, it's definitely not an S-tier jungler, but I think it could be a decent counter to this Ling.
What do you think if Saber targets Ling on the wall, for example, with
does he take him off? Does it or doesn't, or does it not?
I'm not sure, honestly. I don't know. I haven't seen that tool.
I could be wrong, but I'm 80% sure it does. If not, I know Sicilian's second skill takes him off. I'm pretty sure Pope, like Lolita, can stun him off. So Ling may have a bit of a tough time this game.
Yeah, it might be very easily.
We'll see how it goes, though. We are jumping into Game 2 of the Kingdom versus Deuce Knights. Give us a little breakdown of the lanes, Ryan.
Yeah, and so we will see Uranus and Esmeralda matchup. Very nice, because Uranus, obviously, a nice harasser, obviously gets to re-heal that damage and can clear the minion wave fast. And if you think of the S1 as well, I mean, the stacks, it can cause so much damage. I think on like max stacks, it can do like 2,000 damage over that already early on. So he's a crazy hero. We'll see Irithel and Popple and Koopa, so a very, very off-brand gold lane. That's some dollar store gold lane we have there.
I mean, we'll see. I will say Popo has made a bit of a comeback in the gold lane, especially when the Brody, the Beatrix, the Clint, when all of them are off. Popo's like the number 4 go-to, you know, like he's normally the fallback. He's got amazing tower push early on, but look at Deuce Knights already invading, bullying Plex right now. Haji and Easy Peasy there. Boca Roscoe trying to come in and help, but Plex is already down to half health, and they take the red buff from him. First blood, going to Easy Peasy, going to the lane. Are they going to make this a second? Kawaii trying to get the kill here. She's going to take the tower shot to the face, though, and goes down.
What a start. I mean, very important invade. I mean, Ling needs buffs badly, but what more do you need? You need, obviously, the enemy's buffs, so that's nice. He can already initiate, and he can possibly maybe get a pick as well. Ranga not too good on the health. Does get the shield now, but thanks to leader, but... well, that attack failed for now, but there's already coming together on top lane. Haji has to escape. Tifao very close with the S1, but just doesn't get Haji down.
You know, this is what I was worried about for Ling. Ling used that Tempest of Blades under that tower, and Love Me Senpai locks him down. And yes, Deuce Knights did have, you know, they get that nice invade off, but I still think Ling, when it comes to these big 5v5 fights, he's going to have some problems. He's going to have a lot of people targeting him, a lot of people trying to lock him down, and that's, you know, that's a big damage dealer, especially, that's their only damage dealer in the early game currently.
Oh yeah, I mean, you know, pretty much all of Kingdom's side has some kind of a CC ability, which is crazy to think about. You know, Plex can very easily pick them apart. Pokerosco can very easily pick them apart. Ranga, you know, Papa and Koopa we already know about. We already see it in the earlier series. So, it's interesting to see how it's all going to be like put together. 2-2-0 kind of forced back on their own turret and might get jumped on any second if she dares to extend. Hopefully she won't. We'll see how's that gonna play out. Oh,
a little bit of a little bit of pick, but we're gonna jump down to this bottom lane. 2-2-0 taking a bit of damage. The ultimate from Angela does come in, but the stun is just a little too much. Not able to defend, but they're gonna keep pushing back. Boca Roscoe getting some nice pokes. Another stun coming from Ragna. Can they get the finish? Kawaii, he's out now, gets the lockdown onto Boca Roscoe, but Love Me Senpai with that Newman on blast, able to get the stun, but in comes Easy Peasy just in time to help secure the kill onto Boca Roscoe. A failed gank coming from the Kingdom, and they are going to pay the price for that, Ryan.
Yeah, a very nice save from Easy Peasy. I mean, I think the Kingdom was going to disengage anyways. They weren't going to continue on with the attack because they were already out damaged. The Uritel's early game damage is quite scary. Obviously, that's slow as well. They didn't want to get stuck under the turret, and now they are going to get the Kingdom's turret instead, which is very nice. And you can see how much trouble Anifo's causes against Esmeralda there. Haji once again forced to recall. And yeah, Uranus is a very tough XP laner to deal with. We've seen how problematic he can be in the hands of like players who play him very often. Like we see Smooth, for example, in the pro scene, I believe in Team SMG. He plays him all nearly every game possible. And we're already seeing an attack in nice mid lane side. Now Ranga throws down Koopa in as well, and that's going to be cleared out nicely. Both supports fall down in no time.
That was a nice flicker ult coming in from Love Me Senpai. Now they're going to come in onto this tier 3 tower, drill it down. Hopefully they can take the whole tower here. They do have Rangna who's going to chip away at this thing. They secure it. That is huge. But while this is happening, we have to point out the fact that 2-2-0 is down here just chipping away once again at this gold lane. Yeah,
it's under 5 minutes and he nearly got the second turret, which is massive. It's pretty much down to what 10% of itself, and that is very important considering that later into the game, you know, it's one split push is all that it could take to get it down, and considering when Lord comes into play as well, it's not going to be easy for Kingdom. Ling also gets the Lord, so yeah, as you can see, Kingdom left trailing behind a little bit. They failed with the ganks on the gold lane as well, so it's definitely not easy for them. And now they're all gathering up for 2-2-0, who decided to recall as well, so they might get the turret there. But yeah.
I mean, they should be able to get the turret here, but up in the top lane, Anipwa does go down. I mean, back to the bot, though. They are getting this push onto Haji, but again, not able to get any material, Ryan. I mean, every time they try to make a play, it just kind of fails. You know, they're either waiting too long, or they're not pushing hard enough, or I guess the Deuce Knights is just always a step ahead of them.
Yeah, it seems like it. I mean, very nicely done to move that pressure onto our top lane. it kind of forced a commitment from Kingdom to take the bottom lane turret then, because they've already lost theirs, pretty much 2 of them, but they couldn't do it because Haji was already pressuring them, and now Ling just secures that turret with pretty much 1 shot.
Yeah, I mean, Deuce Knight's just picking them apart right now. Tower by tower, hero by hero. Now they're diving under.
They are circled
in
in.
comes Tempest of Blades right on top of Love Me Senpai, but he does cock up that Numenon Blast, able to land it on the Hendrik Zol. They do go down, but they are continuing this fight. Easy peasy, a little bit deep, taking some CC, forced to back off, get back on this wall. They take the tower, but they lose 2 members for a 1-member trade from the side of the Kingdom there, Ryan.
Oh man, that I feel like, I don't know how you feel about this, but that tier support setup does not seem to be working out too well. I mean, Rafaela's impact has been very minimal. Angela, you know, at least she has managed to save Irithel's life already once in that situation where they managed that counter gag and got the turrets, but just Rafaela has been missing the mark right now for me, and even though mid lane has been going fairly well, they haven't lost the turret at least. Not doing so good in the grand scheme of things. Uranus already applying some pressure, but Deuce Knight's just confidently moving up over the map.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Kingdom knows their win condition right now. They need to make it to the end game. Wait for Sicilian to get these stacks up. Wait for Popo to get a little bit more damage. Wait for Uranus to get nice and beefy. I don't think they can even compete right now in this early game. They're a little bit behind on gold. We do have a bit of a fight. Haji comes in, but Plex gets the kill. Kawhi now on the run, and in comes the Numenon Blast. He does get stunned, and the ultimate is stopped. But still, the Kingdom starting to come back on these team fights a little bit. Are we starting to see a bit of a turnaround here, Ryan?
Maybe, but I mean, Plex was forced to use his ultimate. He didn't have to, but he did use it to secure the kill on Kawhi, and well, good enough. But Easy Peasy doing a nice job there. Tries to get Ranga down, maybe does so the ultimate down as well, but Ranga just escapes in time. Ling is chasing. Yes, it does. But he goes down as well, of course.
Kawhi's gonna be next, though. Hendrik Zol uses that Holy Baptism to fend them back. And again, it looks like the overall trade does go to the side of the Kingdom. Love Me Senpai, though, with the Numenon Blast and the Flicker, but the rest of the team just isn't there to back it up. But 2-2-0 does go down. A nice pick, a nice setup, a nice play coming from the Kingdom there. Lord will be up in 50 seconds. Can the Kingdom bring this game into their hands, Ryan?
Yeah, that was a juicy ultimate coming on from Lolita as well. I mean, I've seen pro players as well mess it up with the flicker, because sometimes it bugs out, sometimes it just goes like into the wrong side. But this definitely, once you already stun one player with it, is a success. And down to the turret, Haji can't make a run for it. He's gonna get destroyed together with the turrets. And the Kingdom now definitely making a comeback already. Looking at the equalized gold as well.
Yeah, they're doing, I mean, equalized gold, you're pushing back in these towers, you're winning these team fights. I think the Kingdom's finally starting to see that. And one thing I also have to point out is they're running a bit more as a unit. Before, they were getting picked off. You know, there was the mobility of Easy Peasy on this Ling, able to hit those side lanes so quickly, able to kind of like make ganks happen. But now we're seeing the Kingdom kind of run as a bit more of a 4 or 5-man formation. And this is where I think they're having a bit more of an advantage. It's not as easy to crack through. It's not as easy for Easy Peasy. It's not as easy for Easy Peasy to make the plays that he could in the early game.
No, absolutely, and I feel like, you know, what called for these ganks a lot was because they trusted Hydra a lot on the top lane, but Anifal managed to pile on the pressure with Uranus, and I mean, they did get the first turret there, so Kingdom like got that early lead through that XP lane, but now once these team fights are going on, you can see how easy it is to get these picks. Kawhi once again falls. It's just one support standing. Haji has to make his way back as well, but that Lord is obviously gonna go into the pockets of the Kingdom unless Haji manages a masterful steal, and Easy Peasy doesn't give up either on Uranus and takes him down and out of play.
So, I mean, so yeah, Anifwa or Aquafina or Antifa, whatever you want to call her, she does go down. But I think she did, the fact that she's just delaying Easy Peasy down there and helps the kingdom secure the Lord. I feel like Easy Peasy should have probably just left Uranus. Don't focus Uranus. Never focus Uranus. And, you know, try to get the Lord steal, because now the kingdom is definitely, I mean, if they can, they've evened out the playing field. They've taken a gold lead, and they're probably going to take an advantage on these towers in this push if they can.
Yeah, and the second thing is Rafaela scales horribly into late game. She has no late game possibilities, and only a support they can really rely on is obviously Kawaii with Angela, and she's been like targeted several times. We've seen Plex going for her several times already, and you know, 5 deaths as well on the board. It's not easy for her, and definitely the supportive capabilities of Deuce Knights have been severed badly. And now you can see how easily the kingdom is just circling turrets. They are sieging Deuce Knights in, and they're going and committing for these chases.
Yeah, they're going to move up into this mid now. Haji needs to be careful. They do get a pick, though, onto a Neepo in the top. While this is happening, Haji maybe going down here. Here comes Newman on blast. Not able to land it, but they get the kill. An unstoppable one from Bokarosco. An Easy Peasy now a little bit deep. In comes 2-2-0 with some burst damage. Able to get a kill onto Ragna. The immortality pops. The Holy Baptism comes down, and Love Me Senpai goes down along with it. It's a 3-for-1 trade to the side of Deuce Knights, Ryan.
It was a nice turnaround. I think Lami Senpai even threw a lead ult in there, but it just did nothing. They continued on the chase and got her down as well, which is nice. It opens up all of the lanes, as we can see. Minions crashing pretty much in the center of each, and it's been equalized once again. And now we can see just nice reforming their push to mid lane, and maybe continuing on possibly to secure the area around Lord as well, just clearing out lanes where they need to, and yeah, just be directing the focus.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, we're creeping closer. We're officially in mid game, coming into the late game here. 13.5 minutes. I want to take a quick look at some of these items right now. Esmeralda, nice and tanky. Not, you know, the only damage she's picked up is that book. Lolita also looking good, but Popo I think is going to start like. He's getting to a point now where I think he's going to start doing a bit more damage. He went straight for that Blade of Despair. Now he's going to be locking in Malefic Roar next. He's going to start picking away at this Esmeralda, picking away at some of these people. I think the major person that the kingdom needs to watch out for is this Erithel, because we just saw her dive in and just tear up everybody. She's got crazy crit burst damage right now.
Yeah, and she's a machine gun in the late game as well, and you know, as you said, of course, Popple as well. He has been going full DPS build, but he's been performing as a support right now. Now he had to clear the lane once again, and Lord is going to be challenged more by the Kingdom, and Deuce Knights are forced to beat back. They are all over the place. They have to regroup somehow. Link is alone farming, but he's going to join them right in a second. And if they could land a good ultimate, for example, on the back lane where Sicilian is, it would be nice, but I think they might even just let Kingdom take the Lord right now and then maybe get kicked later on.
Yeah, they are going to push for it. And comes Newman on blast, not able to land it on anybody though. And Plex zoning away Haji with the falling Star Moon on top of Plex. He needs to get out of there. Easy peasy, tries to jump into that back lane, but takes a little bit too much damage. My guess is you got caught up. But look at Neepo and Haji. They're just hugging, man. Just two tanky boys, just, you know, just tapping, slapboxing, essentially doing no damage to each other.
Oh yeah, that's the true fighter experience. This massive over healing and shielding, and Haji has so much heal that, to be honest, we could have taken on a lot of heroes by his own there, but yeah. Now Kingdom got the Lord, marching forward slowly. Nothing too serious yet, but obviously Deuce all down to inhibitors, as opposed to the Kingdom, who still have one in front of the inhibitor mid lane. It's going to be difficult. They have to. Link is still continuing on the split cross strike to clear out that lane, possibly for a crash with the turret, but has to come back now. Is he trying to make that push? No, Popple has to recall and chase that Link away, because that might have been a sneaky win for Deuce Knights, but instead Kingdom is going to take this game for sure. Or aren't they? Rafaela still steps in, going to get Lolita down. There is still Kawaii alive as well, trying to give her best to give out the heals, but the Lord was still up and the Nexus falls.
for a second, I thought we might see a comeback there.
Yeah, for a second I thought that Ling might escape and actually get to that Nexus, but no. Oh dear.
That was definitely an intense game there. I'm excited for game 3 here. The Kingdom versus Deuce Knights. Kingdom, I feel like they did they played a really well game here. They kind of aimed for that end game comp, and they pulled it off very, very nicely.
Absolutely, yeah, and very, very well played actually. Just these 2 supports, it's leaves me salty. I mean, they did lose, but I think they took that risk and they took it in the chin as well, because it just didn't go so well as they planned. Rafaela did have some minor impacts in late game, but it's not too much. I mean, Rafaela also does a little sprinkle of a heal. If you hit the stun, it's great, but other than that, she's quite useless.
Yeah, I mean, she can be decent. Again, I think she pairs well with a fighter jungle, or a decent marksman jungle, but because she gives a little bit of mobility, kind of similar to Estes. You want to pair with someone that's actually going to benefit from what she offers, and Ling doesn't need a Rafaela. You're jumping around, you're almost never even on the same part of the map, so at that point you're just you got Rafaela and Angela running around together with no damage dealer next to them, so we definitely saw how it didn't work, and Ling, he had to essentially opt for split pushing in the end game, because anytime you try to jump into a fight, Lolita's stunning you, Bokarosco's stunning you, Plex is ulting on you, Ragna's stunning you. So I mean, they definitely got a little beat in the draft there. Hopefully they can change something up and possibly come back for a game 3 here.
Yeah, no, possibly, but a great pick on the experience lane was that Uranus, and that amount of damage we're showing as well is that what came against Haji, obviously, and it did also well to get that early game lead as well into their hands and forcing the ganks into the second lane. It's lovely to see.
So we are going to jump into game 3 now. I'm going to put a quick poll up, so if you're in the chat, let us know who you think will take this series, the Kingdom or DK Deuce Knights. I honestly, DK definitely dominated in that first game. The Kingdom comes back with a very nice win. DK had the early game. The Kingdom was able to wait it out, win out in the late game. So I think the Kingdom may want to go for a similar comp to that once again. Play for more of a late game strategy. It's definitely something viable in the current meta, Ryan.
Yeah, that chat thinks it's just nice is going to win just lightly, but I think their comps have been really good, but it's been just it was an unlucky game once again, and they didn't manage to continue on that in the late game. So Sicilian is going to be the priority ban now.
Yeah, I mean, Bokarosco definitely got a well-deserved MVP with that pick there. So we had a mess up. Deuce Knight, the Kingdom is supposed to be first pick. We have to reset this draft real fast. Sorry about that, guys.
It's okay, they can ban that Sicilian themselves.
Give me 1 second, I need to tell my mods to jump in.
Ready?
Your team is banning.
Tell Deuce Knights.
I think the players realize this as well, hopefully seeing that Layla ban coming in.
Yeah, at least Team the Kingdom knows right now. I don't know if Deuce Knights does. I just don't want them to reveal their actual picks. So we're gonna just get them to swap real fast. And yeah, so we're just gonna try to run through this draft real quick. So while we have this time, do you think that we just see Deuce Knights come with another? Do you think that they switch it up a little bit here? Obviously, you weren't crazy about the double supports in the mid. I don't think anyone was that. So do you think that they come back with more of a composition of what they had in the first game?
I'm thinking of a more usual lineup, something more serious. But I think we'll see still something like Esmeralda, possibly, maybe a classic tank then joining it, and I'm interested to see. Possibly they might even use that Lolita, and yeah, I'm interested to see what they're gonna come up with. It looks like we're still only halfway through it.
Yeah, we got some real meta bans coming in right now.
Yeah.
We got the Layla. I know you were talking about how you wanted to see a tank Layla this game.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah.
Your team is picking.
harness it.
It
We
looks like
finally see the Valentina.
yeah. We're gonna see the Gord being Havana. This is massive. You see, definitely
What's
a
your
counter
command?
against Valentina, but it looks like they're gonna go with Mia instead.
Give me 1 second. I'm going to jump into these guys' VCs real fast and let them know.
Yeah.
Hey, we have to switch bands, guys. We have to... You guys know now. All right. All right, I'm back.
Right.
Well, we're taking this time. I can finally try to fix the screen.
Oh, it's fine if you
I am he.
Still not working.
Your
That's so
team
weird.
is banning.
I don't know why it's looking full screen.
Your team is banning.
This one works, right?
Let me see. Yeah, this is working.
Your
Yeah, let's go
team
with
is
that one.
banning.
Hey, where are we not seeing Yin at all?
Where
He's
is my
such
Your
a...
team?
Oh, so
is
Yin
banned.
came out similar to why you were talking about how Valentina
team
was
is
banned in that
picking.
one tournament, the collegiate tournament you did.
Okay,
Basically,
Your
if a hero
team is
comes out
picking.
within 2 weeks of an event starting,
I see.
that hero is not allowed in the event.
Fair enough.
So
I
Yin
mean,
is
he's
not
not
allowed.
is
broken
picking.
as well, so
Yeah,
yeah.
there's no. A lot of times there's bugs. There's different issues like
Yeah.
that. So yeah. He will not be allowed in this event. We may see him in in the next event. We'll definitely possibly see him, but currently he is not allowed here. With the massive heroes that constantly come out, it was one of the interesting things about this season is we're finally getting to see some of the heroes that weren't allowed and that never made it through the ban phase in season 1. We're seeing them now pop up. Valentina's now a hard ban, so that's taking a position of someone else that would normally get banned. So I'm excited. Anyone that's wondering, we are going to be restarting. We have to restart the draft. I see some people asking about it in the chat. We just have to make sure that the correct team has first pick, first ban, and that team is the Kingdom. So they are ready to go. We're going to be jumping into the correct settings in just a second, and we'll be starting the final game of this series.
Oh yeah, I saw pics that bring a tear to my eye, like Faramis, man. I used to be a Faramis player myself. Nobody knows what he does. Nobody knows what his ult does, and everybody is so surprised when he heals full from the soul. So he's such a weird pick that if he'd be just a little bit buffed, he'd be crazy in the meta.
Yeah, so we actually saw him in the first game or two of this series. He's considered a decent counter to glue, which I don't really know if he's really worth it. I think there's other heroes that can counter him, but he's considered a
Your
really good
team
counter to
is
glue.
banning.
So we do see him very rarely or occasionally for certain situations, but I do agree with it. I think if he had the right buff, he could be broken.
Yeah. But it looks like we are in the right ban phase now, and we are absolutely in the right ban phase. We're starting with a knife ban.
Your team
Starting with the
is banning.
Yeah, but that Cecil ban still comes in, so Carrasco can't share too much.
Your team is banning.
Yeah, I mean, like I said last time, Carrasco, I think he got a well-deserved MVP there. The damage output in the end, he was able to keep his distance,
team
never get
is
picked off by Easy Peasy.
Yeah.
But I think DK Deuce Knights know that will be a huge issue for them if they let that get through again. So let's take it off the map. They also get rid of the Popo. I'm wondering if we're going to see a Lolita ban next.
Yeah, it's interesting. Just ban the whole lineup and start fresh. Yeah, I'm surprised as well how easily the Sicilian escapes, considering Ling has several good positions available to pick him apart. But that comp was not easy to deal with by any means, and he's wrong as banned now, and it might It might very well be in ADC now, some kind of marksman.
Yeah, I mean, every time Easy Peasy came in, he got locked down. I think the
Your
Kingdom
team is
try to
banned.
bring in another nice heavy, especially if Easy Peasy goes for an assassin like he did last game, you know, and I think he did the first game too. Try to bring a
team is
nice
picking.
heavy CC team to really lock him down. He definitely carries these games a little bit, so I think it'd be a good pick. Ragnar, though, coming in with
Your
this
team is
Clint,
picking.
it finally slips through, and we know the end game potential with this Clint.
Yeah, Kingdom's third ban was Yurong as well, so once again they're trying to narrow down the options of Haji, who looks like is going to go with the lane Paquito, which might be a very good initial pick, that he can get countered very easily,
Your
so it's
team
kind of
is
a
picking.
dangerous first pick on the XP lane.
Yeah, one thing I like about that Paquito, though, up front, like picking it first like that, is if they want, they have the option to swap that into jungle. You know,
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
So it's a nice flexible pick. It still leaves, you're not like limiting yourself to anything, and it also forces the enemy team to kind of have to decide, like, wait, is that a jungle or is that an EXP lane? Like, what do we do against this? How do we counter that? You
Yeah.
know, do we ban jungles or do we ban EXP laners during the second part of ban phase? So it's a nice upfront pick. You know.
Yeah. Looks like Pokorosko will be going with a nice
Your team is
certain
picking.
execute Kagura, so
Get the
definitely
kills.
good for us. Yeah, get the kills. But Olus might be the jungler then, and
Your
wasn't
team
banned,
is
so we get to
banning.
see him first time today.
Yeah, that's big, and we haven't. He's been slowly creeping his way into the league. He's definitely considered meta overseas. There's some big
yeah.
players that like to use him here,
Your team
but we just
is
haven't seen him in many team comps yet. I think we've seen him a handful of times, but I want to see him more. I think he's an exciting hero that can make some crazy plays. So I'm excited to see how Easy Peasy plays him in this game.
Absolutely, and I mean, because of the Shadram,
Your
because of
team
the ultimate,
is
he's
banning.
very good supportive capabilities as well. He's kind of like, I mean, he is in terms kind of very similar to Terizla, obviously, not just because of the hammer, but kind
Your
of how he
team
plays
is
out,
banning.
and obviously much better because of the heal in jungle as well. So that's a very, very strong pick. Uranus is going to get banned, so they don't want that kind of harassment from Anifo once again.
Yeah, So one thing that's different is Deuce Knights is the past couple games they've been heavily favored on an early game, and this time with Easy Peasy locking in this Alice, you know, Alice isn't really that great until level 12, and he gets that full passive spike in to where you know, he gets like all the passive increase. He's doing a lot more damage, and so I feel
Your
like
team
I like
is
the fact
picking.
that Deuce Knights is adapted, and they're kind of bringing in some late game insurance, and if they lock in this Selena, that's going to give them a nice early game aggressiveness. So overall, they look pretty well rounded, and I'm wondering how the Kingdom is going to respond to this.
Yeah, this is a dangerous looking squad. I mean, you have Easy Peasy, you know, on Olus, the very good finishing capabilities. Kawaii with the Selena can lay the traps, can have the vision, but it looks like they are gonna go with the Bane on mid, possibly. Come on, don't be shy on Kanga. Oh no. Yeah, it is.
that's what they're
Indeed. I
going
mean,
with.
that's a very good pick considering what Kingdom banned themselves. They banned Lila, they banned Farsa, they kind of stepped into that hole. They don't have anything really much to counter Chang'e with. They don't have a lot of range mages left, to be honest.
Yeah, so it's I mean, it's not something we see every day, but the Chang'e is definitely a decent pick. Should be able to help deal with that Kufra. I think it'll definitely help deal with the Kufra a little bit. And if you pick this Esmeralda, I feel like it can also help with that.
Your team
Possibly,
is
yeah,
picking.
but still going up against the Paquito, it's gonna be a difficult laning phase once again. But Anifo did a very good job on the Uranus. They're gonna have to see how it's gonna do on
There
Mia's
it
mate, but
is.
Mia is gonna get brought into play once again, and this time Mia against a Clint.
Man, they are die hard with this Mia, man. They are not
Yeah.
They really believe in it. They're bringing it in again. Again with the Inspire too. So this time Deuce Knight's looking vicious in the end game, but they also do have some early game with this Paquito possibly. Lolita should be able to help kind of keep a distance, zone them off. So I don't know. It's a hard choice on what side I'm giving it to here.
Yeah, absolutely, and Honestly, yeah, I wouldn't pick favorites in this game. I maybe would consider actually Deuce Knight's side. Just because how well that Mia has been working out, might work out against the points as well. And let's see, I think Kawaii definitely has a rage advantage against Kagura. And if they put in a bit of a pressure on mid lane, that could definitely be one. So yeah, let's see how that rolls out.
Now see how things happen in this early game. I think it's going to be crucial. I think Plex, once again, you know, we're seeing Plex on this Roger. He did great in the first game. And I think if they get an early game advantage this time, Plex needs to be a little more aggressive. Take advantage of you being able to, you know, just like Deuce Knights did when they stole the red buff last game, you know? Yeah. Take advantage of, I think he has a bit of a stronger early game than Alice. So take advantage of that. Try to make some plays and catch Deuce Knights off guard here. In comes Senpai though with a nice knock up. The Litho Wander does go to the side of Alice though.
Yeah, and most of the Litho Wander was actually a decent creep to kill earlier as well. They brought back the
heal,
the buff it gave. Yeah, I think it gave back the heal and also the mana regeneration and everything it had. So it's definitely back in the meta of junglers. Ranga put under a lot of pressure though, but just had to waste that flicker to escape under his own turret. So 2-2 once again, already getting the early goal, puts that stun in, but Ranga not that much damage on me early on to get went down, but still just that scare just forcing back a little bit.
Yeah, they can't.
Wallace already has his ultimate. That's oh dear, that's, you know, causing a lot of troubles. Look at how fast he's actually pulling in that rotation.
Yeah, he's just moving across the map. They try to get a gank onto Paquito in the bot lane. Failed, though. But I think Ragnar's going to have a lot of trouble if they keep letting Lolita go up there and just bully. Deuce Knights knows that Clint's going to kind of win in the early game, so they send Lolita up there to help give Mia a little bit of an advantage. In the mid lane, though, Plex getting a little poke. Nothing major. We are going to disengage, but first turtle is up. The Kingdom trying to hold a bit of a position on it. Actually, no, they're sending Roger back for the blue buff.
Yeah, and yeah, looks like it. And it's going to be... The turtle isn't going to get contested yet, but I mean, all is definitely looking a bit scary already, and they are trying to escape with the turtle now, but they are also aggressively engaging because Cargo nearly went down there, but it is Kagura who's gonna join forces with Esmeralda, and they're gonna get Haji and Hendrik down, and this was very wild for their side.
Yeah, so they trade the turtle, 2 kills. I think it's a good trade for the Kingdom. They do start. They're finally creeping a bit ahead in this gold lead. I mean, not a lot, but a little bit. And for being down a turtle, that's a good play.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, like you said, once Solus gets into the late game, you know, once he gets the second level already of the ultimate, which grants him lifesteal, I believe it's gonna be scary to face off against him from anyone, I believe. And even though, you know, they have Roger, also very, very high up in the lifesteal table, but
yeah,
we're gonna have to see how that jungle duel is gonna lay out. And
yeah, once again though, the Kingdom not really like. They have this 2-kill lead. Their jungle's a little bit ahead, I would say. Let's check the gold leaderboard. But I just feel like I want to see them be a bit more aggressive. I mean, definitely against the team they're up against right now. Pure late game with Mia and Alice. They need to know that their opportunity to win this game is in this first 10 minutes and really just try to snowball. If they don't start actually completing some ganks, they're gonna lose. Nifo getting a bit picked off, forced to use the flicker. The rest of the team ready to back her up. She does get away. Back up to the top lane though. 2-2-0. Hendrik loves all. Love Me Senpai and Ragnarok just hanging out, helping each other.
Yeah, absolutely. And an easy job by Kawaii actually on the mid lane now. He's gonna get harassed a little bit by Plex as well, but they're just using that ultimate, you know, to completely obliterate the minion waves and just sits on the turret. Has to take no further actions really. And I mean, yeah, I think that gold right now from the Kingdom side have been just them soaking up that minion gold on their turrets, under their turrets. They haven't had a lot to say in objectives right now. Trying to maybe bait that turtle out now and even get an engagement going on in Tifa and Kufra. They're together, not going down. Obviously, Haji possibly, but Hanifa still trying to bait them out. That is not going to work out so easily.
Yeah, she is just harassing them and doing a wonderful job at it. I mean, literally 4 of them can't seem to catch her up. You know what? They do kind of lack the overall CC right now. So I think she's just kind of free roam, but wait, in comes Easy Peasy. Hits that ultimate. Doing a good job of zoning. Flex does secure the turtle. And a nice Tyrant's Rage on Easy Peasy. The kill goes to Boca Roscoe. Angela All comes in with that Newman on blast, but it's just a little too late to save the day, Ryan.
Yeah, and they get that Olus down, which is very, very important right now. You know, you get your jungler up ahead already. Nice, good level or so. And we see Plex also getting that blue buff. Now he's good to go. Harass mid lane once again. If they get Chunga as well, it could cause the difference. And you can see Love Senpai just harassing them with the Kufra as well. He did a very good job with the Kufra in the first game, I believe. So.
Well, this is what they need to be. This is where I want to see the kingdom. This is, you know, now that you have this lead, I love that Esmeralda's just bothering them. Look at her over in this blue buff right now, knowing she can really push her limits and try to force something out. Haji, though, coming around the back, but he's not able to really do anything as Neefo just reverts back to lane. She's ready to cut, ready to just keep on being a thorn in their side. And look at her outplaying Haji right now. Easy Peasy doesn't even want to bother with her moving over to the gold crab instead of targeting her.
Yeah, Paquito is surprisingly a squishy hero, and you know, pairing with Sheen, Shield Steel with Esmeralda. Once she gives it on to you, Olus goes down the second time. Now he's way beyond them already, and that's a big issue. He hasn't really been engaged in team fights either, and the early ganks they tried with him being on the gold lane side in the jungle, it didn't work out. So. Not working out too well for Deuce Knights. Also, like 4 kills below the kingdom is definitely a problem.
Yeah, I mean, we're 7 minutes in, 4-0. We're finally seeing the kingdom play a really decent game, but wait, the Newman on blast comes in. A nice stop from Lovey Senpai. He does miss the Tyrant's Rage and pays the price, but still, I mean, even with that, he was able to time the first skill, stop her Newman on blast, and it just seems like the Kingdom's playing a better game. Like, overall in their fights, they're playing better than we've seen them play this whole season.
Yeah. Oh, but you look at that. Did Kawaii just run away with that blue buff? That's a kick in the face of Flex right now, but you know, that's what Chunga is made for. You just steal everything that you can with that ultimate, and now has to defend that turret as well, which he has been doing pretty well so far, just decimating the minion waves. Meanwhile, they're going to run Paquito, but he's gonna retreat back to the inhibitor.
Yeah, they're doing it. I mean, controlling pace, taking towers. We've only got 1 tower off the map so far. Up in the top lane, it's just kind of been a standstill, but finally Mia hits with the Tyrant's Rage. Ragnarok taking the kill. Handiclaval tries to get the stun. Kawhi's here, but a nice movement on blast, and Easy Peasy comes in and secure it. Love Me Senpai may just be next as those meteors fall down onto Boca Roscoe. They're going to push in onto this tower. Deuce Knights making a bit of a comeback in this mid-game.
Absolutely brilliant ultimate. You know, you slow down Clint as well, who didn't have the flash ready. You love to see it. You love to see that happening. And Deuce Knights definitely have a new lifeline in the game now. Some of the lanes have been basically going against there forever. I mean, look at the experience lane already. Paquito obviously having troubles against Esmeralda. That's the plain sight to see. But maybe they get the turrets. They can see Kawaii just sitting in one position, completely machine gunning down all of the minions, and the mid lane is a complete still stop right now.
Yeah, she does a great job. That's one thing that you know that a Chang'e will always be good for. Clearing waves, defending Lord, pushing a Neepo in a bit of a bad position. 2-2-0 gets the kill. They need to be careful as we're creeping into this mid game. Easy Peasy now hits level 12. He's gonna have a huge power spike. They can't just be wandering around aimlessly anymore. I think the Kingdom needs to kind of group up a bit more at this point and take these fights. And comes down to Cruzal with a huge ult flick onto the team. Easy Peasy comes in to lock up, and they get the kill. There are some tower shots going off, but this is not enough. 2-2-0 almost goes down, but it's a 4-man wipe coming from Deuce Knights. This game may be falling into their hands.
I thought that the Hammer of Fury from Orlus is gonna hit maybe Ranga in the back as well. It did, but it didn't go down. So not a clear wipe, but man, that ultimate was just magnificent from him. Like, he's been mental right now. He's been doing so well in the lead. At least 2 good ultimates. Gonna continue on. They are not scared of Esmeralda anymore because they have the power in numbers. And even though Esmeralda is still ahead of level and fits in here, it's not a problem. They can run away with the Lord as well. Endless battle goes into the hands of Easy Peasy, so he's gonna have a massive lifesteal, massive attacking capabilities as well now. So despite the deaths early game, he made it back already with 3 kills.
Yeah, I mean, he's now at this point. The thing about Alice, he's one of those heroes that even if he dies, you know, 1 or 2 times early on, he can still scale very well. A nice zoning there, trying to catch Plex off guard. But we're starting to see the tables turn as the Kingdom is getting back into this corner. The Lord is going to be crashing down the middle. Can they defend this here, or will they be taken out of this series, Ryan?
Yeah, looks like Anifa has to get the blue buff to himself because Chunga was already contesting it. So Plex can't get it, but at least it's on Esmeralda, so it can be put into good use. All of it crashing in together in the middle. That inhibitor is definitely gonna fall, but the question is, will the ult hit? It will not hit anyone actually. Roscoe will run away from it. There's just everybody falling down in unison. Ranga's still alive, but he's gonna fall as well, and so will the Nexus of the Kingdom. Deuce Knights have won the series.
Good game from Deuce Knights. A good series overall, an exciting series. I mean, good job to both teams.
Absolutely, that was magnificent. I mean, the final push, just nobody really to stop Deuce Knights from just snowballing there from over the minion wave together with the Lord. It was all too easy. I mean, you have Chunga who just takes care of every minion that's coming from your own side. It's really tough, you know, to oppose that.
Yeah, and it just, the overall, like you just said, with Changa, and then you got Easy Peasy on the Solace, you have Mia. I mean, just, it's a hard Lord to defend. Normally,
yeah,
you know, because they do so well, those heroes right there do so well at defending against Lords. They're just able to clear lanes so well, clear waves. So to have all that pushing in on you, it was definitely a tough defense, and they just timed it all so well. Hendrik Levzal wasn't able to hit that Numen on Blast, but he was able at least to split them up and allow that Lord to get past that inhibitor, and then it was just a GG. Deuce Knights take the win. A wonderful game from them, and not only that, but I like to see that Deuce Knights played some different compositions each game. You know, really showed that they have a pretty decent range of heroes to choose from for more when it comes into the season.
Yeah, absolutely. Like to see more of that, and that always play as well. You know, you carry on until the end with it, and it works out for you. Got your max level as well. All of that stat boost. It's a huge deal breaker. I mean, looking at Plex as well, who did so well in the road with Saber earlier with Roger, but now this time didn't work out for him. Just was missing for the whole game, and the jungle rotations as well were bad, considering that pretty much any creep from Kingdom side was contested, and yeah, overall very dominant performance from Deuce Knights, and yeah, just love it to see.
That was a great game. Let's get back to this caster's desk. Up next, we are supposed to have Aether Explicit versus Exodus 9, and then Aether Explicit up against Insomniacs. I am waiting for some team responses. We may be jumping right into the Insomniacs game here. I am going to take a quick minute to get these teams, so we are going to jump into another quick 5-minute break. If you guys need to use the bathroom, do whatever you got to do, get some more water, and we're going to be jumping right into the next series.
How could you be so careless? I'll make you plead to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Ooh, to me. Serve your time like you wasted mine. Was it just for fun when your eyes met mine? Mine. How could you be so careless? I'll make you plead to notice. You spend my love so reckless. I'm cashing in on fairness. Why do you lie when you cross your heart and you hope to die? Why do you lie all the goddamn time till you're 6 feet blind? Mine. How could you be so careless? I'll make you plead to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Ooh, to me. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. To me. Oh, Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. To me. On your knees, and you still blame me. Did you think I'd stay just to let you leave, leave, leave? Ooh, how could you be so careless? I'll make you plead to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me.
All right, so there's some sad news. Exodus 9 is forfeiting their match against Aether Explicit, so we will be on a wait for the 10 o'clock game of Aether Explicit versus Insomniacs. We are trying to push that game forward a little bit, but I cannot force the team of Insomniacs to play at a earlier scheduled time. Some of them were planning to play at 10, so if they don't want to play earlier, I cannot force it. We will be back on for the 10 o'clock game. I'm just going to keep the stream up and running, so feel free to hang out, feel free to talk in the chat. I will also be in the chat myself, so it's a great time to ask any questions if you have. But I will see you guys then. Hopefully not too many people leave, but we understand the difficulties, and this is the overall difficulties of running a league in North America currently, with so many different teams across the whole country and not having the full support of a bigger organization. Once again, I appreciate everyone's support, everyone's patience. I will see you guys in 45 minutes.
Right, let's see them.
Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. To me. On your knees, and you still blame me. Did you think I'd stay just to let you leave, leave, leave? Ooh, how could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Ooh, to me. Serve your time like you wasted mine. Was it just for fun when your eyes met mine? How could you be so careless? How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Oh, to me. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. To me. On your knees, and you still blame me. Did you think I'd stay just to let you leave, leave, leave? How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Oh, to me. Serve your time like you wasted mine. Was it just for fun when your eyes met mine? Mine. How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Ooh, to me. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. To me. On your knees, and you still blame me. Did you think I'd stay just to let you leave, leave, leave? How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Oh, to me. Serve your time like you wasted mine. Was it just for fun when your eyes met mine? Mine. How could you be so careless? Serve your time like you wasted mine. Was it just for fun when your eyes met mine? Mine. How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. You spend my love so reckless. I'm cashing in on fairness. Why do you lie when you cross your heart and you hope to die?
Right.
All right, now we are back. Thank you everyone who waited. I really appreciate it. Thanks again for the patience. I was talking with a few people in the chat, and again, we wanted to increase the team pool this season. We did eight teams in the first season. This season we jumped it up to 14 teams, and we have already seen how that has affected us. We've had 3 teams drop already. We're down to 11 teams. We're having teams forfeit. So don't worry. This is something we are going to look into for season 3 and future events. We'll most likely be going back down to 8 or 10 teams and just kind of giving ourselves a full focus on a solid 8 or 10 teams that we know will make the time, know will always be there for their games, and we won't have any issues with. Our goal is to create the best atmosphere, not only a good atmosphere and expand the NA region, but we also have to think about the viewers and the people who are watching this. So it's hard to find that balance sometimes of how we can get more teams involved, but also create the best and most entertaining show for everyone. But we are not going to waste any time. We're going to be jumping into the final game of tonight, Aether Explicit versus Insomniacs. It should be an amazing game. Are you ready for this, Ryan?
Of course, I'm ready for this. This will be our final game tonight, so yeah, let's pour all of our passion into it. Let's hope the teams do so as well, and yeah, we're gonna start the pick and bounce phase.
Yeah, I gotta give it up to Ryan real fast. What time is it over there right now, Ryan?
It's 4:56 a.m. and yeah, I'm alive and kicking. I'm fresher than I was ever, and it's all going well. So.
All right, I'm sure you took a nice solid nap before the stream started. For those that don't
Yeah,
know,
a good few hours.
Ryan is from Estonia.
I'm from Estonia, yeah.
Which is over there. He's in Eastern Europe right now.
Pretty much, it's south of Finland. Yeah.
So he's a slight time delay from us, but he's been gracious enough to bless us with the presence. You did a great job tonight, and I'm excited to cast over this last game. These teams are ready to go. It's going to be Aether Explicit versus Insomniacs. Aether Explicit will have first ban, first pick. Let's jump into this draft, Ryan.
Let's see now, and let's see if I was going to be the first ban as well, like it's been for pretty much every series and every game.
Even Valentina?
Yeah, Valentina even been sometimes left behind overall, but Kage taking his time with that.
Yeah, definitely taking their time. I'm wondering if they're deciding, like, do we want to leave the Valentina open for ourselves, possibly?
Yeah.
We've also seen AE they've really been prioritizing that Sicilian. They want to pick it. Sushi has been a monster with it, carrying games. So I'm wondering if they're going to leave that open or maybe take it out of the way. They do take out that Beatrix, and Valentina will be next, Ryan.
I harness it.
Yeah, my marksman pick as first ban is definitely very interesting. I mean, it already uses up a slot, and you definitely are forcing either your team or the opponent to play around it. And you're gonna have to think of what there is left. Firstly, for example, Clint is still open, Broad is still open. We see Lancelot as a second ban, so definitely cutting down on the damage. And Yu Zhong, actually a rare pick because he's usually left out open, and considering the XP lane by itself, usually he's not that dominant in it.
So it's been a really interesting case for Yu Zhong this season. he has become banned a lot since the season started. I was surprised to see it, but a lot of teams have been banning him or picking him. He's become this very prio pick, which we didn't see it all in Season 1. We didn't see it all in the North American Community Tournament, but all of a sudden, all of these teams are putting him up on the chopping block. And again, I think it has to do with the double marksman compositions that a lot of teams are bringing, and it's just a wonderful counter to it. Templess immediately locking in this Esmeralda, though. They have taken the Sicilian off the map, and Merciless bringing in this Lunox.
Oh, I personally absolutely hate Lunox. A very difficult mage to deal with. I think it's much more difficult than Kagura in terms of how you have to counter her, how you have to play around her. And I was left open, and that draft is already very much going on towards the side of Insomniacs, looking at the first 2 picks, you know.
Yeah, they instantly, Merciless is going to be running this Lunox in the gold lane. Possibly EXP lane, but most likely gold lane. Or actually, no, it's still up in the air. Merciless is the EXP laner, so this may just be a major counter to the Esmeralda. I know that's why it was picked immediately. And then we have Ashley with this Eve, just 2 powerful mages, and it's gonna definitely leave some space for the rest of their draft, though. Sushi coming in with this Clint, so we are seeing some nice endgame insurance with that Esmeralda and the Clint on the side of Aether Explicit.
Yeah. Interesting to see. I mean, Kagura definitely better in terms of close-up fights, but I think early laning phase, Ashley is gonna abuse the mid lane, and gonna have to see what there is brought into it. I mean, there's still jungler, left to pick, rookie down there. Show is being picked as a roamer, I guess. Then, as you said, Merciless going into the XP lane. Linux is a very good counter for Esmeralda, considering she doesn't have some kind of shield on herself, but she has that intargetability and everything possible to escape and out damage Esmeralda as well.
Yeah, she's just like a living demon hunter sword, essentially, man. She's so great against these bulky heroes like Esmeralda. And then not only that, but I just feel like I think Eve does a good job against Esmeralda though, too, with that second skill slowdown. Yes, Esmeralda can jump, like, it's kind of a give and take with that. Esmeralda can jump on top of Eve when she ultimates, steal some of that shield away, eat it up, but I still feel like when it comes to some of the slight mechanics of these team fights, that second skill slowdown coming from Eve is going to be trouble for Esmeralda.
Absolutely, yeah, that's definitely a big thing, Eve by herself, a huge little win in the lane already, and we see a Fanny Ben coming in as well, possibly to deny Rookie from taking her then, and Lolita is also banned, so the tank pick for Other is going to be interesting to see. Something that needs to counter both Ive and Lunox as well. Has to have heavy CC available, something to capture everybody down, get them together.
Yeah, I really like the fact that both of these teams are kind of focusing Aether Explicit. They don't want to let Rookie, aka Pogi, on this Lancelot. We've seen him just wreck people with that pick. I'm talking about inhibitor base dives, puncturing through, causing a lot of hell. So that is they're definitely kind of focused on him. And then the side of Insomniac's also just they've taken Blink's Lolita, they've taken Blink's Kufra, they've taken Sushi's Sicilian. Definitely just heavily. I love the target bans from these teams. We're not just, these bans all have meaning behind them. These are definitely 2 top teams facing off right now in the draft phase.
Yeah, these I'd say that Insomniac's definitely already a major win in the ban phase. I mean, taking 2 tanks outright, you already had meta picks coming right off the bat, and then you have the advantage as well to get 2 bans right in before they get a tank in, and it's gonna be difficult for Ether to reply with something meaningful right now here. And guessing, I'd have to say I'd not be surprised if we'd see either a Grok hero or just a support, a very meaningful support, something with heavy heal, because that Ruby is going to bring even more trouble, and there is just no CC on the side of Edo right now.
Yeah, I mean, that just kind of, for me, that really just seals the deal for Insomniac's composition right now. I say it all the time. Ruby and Eve really just go hand in hand. Having that tank Ruby is going to just help keep everybody inside of that real world manipulation as long as possible. Not only that, but you have the Chow going to, we're guessing, EXP lane here. So Merciless is going to be a gold lane. Ballman jungle. I don't know about, I think that's a bad pick into the Ruby. I think it's going to be issues. I think Ruby is going to counter that Bauman, counter that Esmeralda, and just really kind of give issues overall. The question is what does Rookie pick for jungle here?
Yeah, carry is being hovered, but it's a difficult pick here because, you know, carry's gonna might get out damaged. And yeah, like you said, the Balmain jungle. I mean, Ruby is a hero who's gonna harass jungle. Is gonna harass in every way possible. They are definitely gonna initiate some forms of invasions coming in to us. There is jungle, so really has to be very feel very comfortable on Balmain to play this, but we'll see how this is being put into use.
Yeah, I mean, they do have, you know, with that Matilda, we may see some crazy dive possibilities. The worry with that Ruby is that anytime Balmain or Esmeralda tries to come in, you have Ruby there to use that second skill and stop you in your tracks while the rest of the team positions themselves. Hopefully, Matilda, you know, blink on this Matilda right now can help, can help deliver Balmain to the back line, can help deliver Esmeralda to the back line.
Possibly, yeah.
So, and they do have some endgame insurance with Clint. You know, you're going to be able to output some nice heavy damage. But again, only time will tell as we jump in to game 1 of Aether Explicit versus Insomniacs.
Yeah. And looks like the laning phase is slowly beginning, and yeah, we will see Lunox on the gold lane, oh, I'm sorry, so Lunox, yeah, is going gold lane, actually not experienced lane, so we'll see Cho and Esmeralda coming together there on top, and
we're going to see exactly what happens here. Blink is a little bit of harassment on this blue buff. Rookie is definitely going to be a bit slower when it comes to the jungle. It's going to take a little bit of time to get that carry where she needs to be. So I don't know if we're going to see any heavy aggression early on from the side of Insomniacs, to whereas when I'm looking at Aether Explicit with this Balmain and this Matilda, I think we may see some real early game ganks and dives and possible harassment invades.
Yeah, possibly. And I mean, I'd say gold lane is very vulnerable as well for other, because Lunox obviously has that heal as well, so could definitely poke a little bit there. And we can already see Clint being challenged, might very well get closed down as well, but he has to escape through the jungle back towards the turret, so nothing much he can do here. Has to just either hog the edge of the map or the turret, so
yeah, definitely a slow game. 2 minutes in, not a single kill. Both teams taking the time, but speak of the devil, Rookie taking a bit of damage, Riles with that lethal counter, and Rookie still not able to hit level 4. A nice camp steal, a nice creep steal from the side of Aether Explicit, and this is going to set Rookie back even more in this early game jungling phase.
yeah, I mean, the field gives quite a bit of gold as well, and Joe finds himself in a bad position. I mean, he's between Matilda and Esmeralda, tries to stay under that turret, meanwhile can't really help his team either, who are in trouble a bit, and look at Ashley as well, gonna get mowed down by that Balmain, and here comes the first kill, and here comes the second as well. Esme dives in there and gets Rookie down, so that carry is not working out too well right now.
Yeah, they did. I mean, this was the worry about seeing that carry, especially in a jungle. You don't see it very often, and the reason why is it's just very slow when the game starts, and Aether Explicit knows this, and they are trying to capitalize. Ashley with real-world manipulation coming up, trying to zone them off. Riles misses that lethal counter, but you can still feel the presence of Aether Explicit just chipping away at the enemy jungle, hitting this early aggressive spike.
Yeah, they're trying to get as many kills as possible there. As you can see, their manipulation was thrown down. They got thrown down right at the edge of the exit of jungle, but no kills to back it off right now. still Esmeralda definitely has control of the lane. And yeah, as you can see, it's going to be really hard of a duel there. Meanwhile, loses half of her HP actually, and Cho might be looking to maybe capitalize on this, but no, she's going to recall. But Cho is going to... Oh, nearly went for it. But we already see a big team fight happening on goal lane possibly, but no, the teams part their ways nicely this time.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, right now, Aether Explicit taking a little bit of a lead here. Taking a bit of a gold spike. Turtle's not going to be up for another 60 seconds. Wait, I'm offended. Locking on to Kage Terror, but still just not enough damage. Insomniacs needs to buy themselves a little bit more time in this early phase. Up in the top, Esmeralda does get the kill on to Galaxy. Aether Explicit really just pushing forward. Rookie does get the kill back on Tempest, but still, Aether Explicit just seems to be controlling the game a little bit right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like they have that tempo down already. Hate forced on her own turret. It takes some bit of damage as well, but still manages to escape, gets to recall. I think too much lost. And really, other sides have been shading towards not much, really. I mean, we've seen a bit taken off from both sides on the experience lane, but nothing too major to worry about. Meanwhile, Reels is farming everywhere possible. I mean, he's already pretty much 2 levels above Insomniac's players, and he's gonna get that turtle now as well for sure, unless Hate throws a spanner in the works there. But we can see Blink forcing them back a little bit as well. It could be something, but no, Hate is forcing back off. Blink loses a bit of health, but not too much. Other players are happy to run away with just the turtle and nothing else there.
Yeah, AE once again taking another objective here, securing their lead in the first 5 minutes. They've now crept up to about a 2,000 gold lead, and it just seems like Insomniac's are having a little trouble keeping up. I was a little worried about AE's composition, but they're making it work well. But wait a second, Tempest getting caught by that I'm offended, but Blink is getting them out. Carry, though, on the trail, not able to secure the kill, though, so a waste of time from the Insomniacs, and while this is happening, Sushi in the bottom lane taking the first tower of the game, Ryan.
Yeah, surprisingly well that attention was directed towards the top of the map. Meanwhile, Cho is putting in some work there, but he's gonna get chased down, and that Bellman gets another kill to his tally. But yeah, that's that one single turret on the gold lane was just good enough. It feels like Lunax hasn't got herself going really well. And Adder get another one now. The first turret on the experience lane has fallen as well. Now just the mid lane to go for all of the players I've been gathering. I throws down that first kill, but
yeah,
doesn't catch anybody. Hates tries to get that movement going, but nothing really to follow up with it because Rookie hasn't really been fed, hasn't really been farming so much, and now they are just trying to clear out that bottom lane first.
Yeah, I mean, Rookie definitely needs to play catch up a little bit here. She's definitely a little bit behind. She's almost 1,000 gold behind the jungle of Riles. Wait a second, Riles comes in, misses the lethal counter as Ashley brings up that wheel manipulation, almost gets the kill onto Blink, but once again, the mobility of Blink is just able to help secure. And Riles walks up, hits the Retribution, steals the blue buff away from Rookie right now. So it's definitely a tough game, and this is the difference between some of the series we watched earlier. Aether Explicit knows that they have the advantage here. They've gotten a couple extra kills, and they know to push it. They know to try to really dominate and just sweep through and snowball as fast as possible, because they don't want to deal with this Lunox endgame. They don't want to deal with this carry endgame, you know?
Yeah, but it looks like they can't even get going, you know. Look at how Clint is harassing Lunox right now. Can't really do anything, stuck behind Clint. Stuck behind Clint and the minion wave, and Clint just forced him right under the turret, but Clint's range was just good enough to get that turret as well, and that's good enough for Adder. That's more than good. And now the mid lane is on the side of Adder, and you can see they really want to get that first turret down. Hate is doing his best to try to Scare them away, gets them under the tower.
But it's still not enough. He is going to pay the price. Back in the top, Rookie and Tempest battling it out. Rookie may be able to get the kill here. Merciless tries to flicker in, but again, they just can't secure it. Every time they're about to get someone out, the Aether Explicit escapes with just a sliver of health. They are battling it out for this mid tier 3 tower right now, but the tower will go down. Aether Explicit exerting their dominance over this map right now, Ryan.
Absolutely. I mean, you've seen how easily the first 2 turrets have fallen already, and now the mid lane first turret is going to fall as well already. That is ultimately thrown down, but it was no use right now because Merciless gets his first kill finally, and well, might be a turnaround point for Insomniacs finally. Also, Endless Battle goes into the gear and inventory of Rookies, so something of a better build right now, considering that the Windtalk is well in there, so once Carry gets to know that attack speed as well, it's going to be very important, and gonna get the Spear Minion as well there, but already Blink harassing that, and last hits that Spear Minion as well. It just a little salt in the wounds there.
Yeah, I mean, they've been doing that this whole game, just slowing Rookie down as much as possible, just constantly taking camps from him. You know, even Esmeralda stealing this camp, and it's like that was the plan that they came in, and they are just executing it to a T. They don't want Rookie to get to the end game, and right now, Rookie is so behind. It's going to be a lot of time. Yes, he has locked in his core set finally, but wait a second, Tempest a little caught off guard here. Ashley may have cocked that road manipulation a little early, but they just want to make sure they secure the kill because they have been missing them a little bit recently.
Yeah, to be honest, Tempest was left behind. I mean, that's something we saw in the last series. New Esmeralda trying to ward off the team, trying to like create the space because the rest of Ether were all huddled together in the Lord pit. They were fighting it, and that's another massive loss. They're gonna lose Clint one more time. Sushi's gonna go down the second time already. And during that time as well, that Lord is gonna get taken down for sure, and it's no real use, you know. It was in vain. That taking that Lord down really didn't matter right now. But we have an interesting battle actually on top lane right now.
Oh, wait a second though, Blink, maybe going down here. Rookie able to outplay, get the kill. They're gonna take this tower, and in the top, Bauman, he does end up taking that tower. So it does seem like Insomniacs are, I mean, Merciless starting to do some real damage now. Over in the bottom, Hate trying to get away from Templates and Riles, but the lethal counter comes in and secures the kill. And at the same time, though, Insomniacs answering back and taking out Terror. We're at the 10-minute mark, and we're finally starting to see a bit of a brawl here.
Yeah, gotta love it when you have a massive execute just built inside your kit like Balvin does, and I mean that's why he works so well as a bruiser jungler. I mean, that damage output is just mental, but his movement obviously is the question. But he goes around the map. He gets his camps down. He gets the red buff of Insomniacs as well. You know, it's no problem for Reels. He's just coasting around, taking kills, taking camps. No problem for him whatsoever. Now Galaxy throwing himself in there, might get taken out, to be honest. However, Hate just saves him in time, throwing himself in front of everyone and points him in.
Oh, but Template gets melted down, and the fight continues. Riles trying to get that lethal counter, not quite able to connect. A nice response from Insomniacs. They don't lose anyone. And Template, I think he needs to start being careful. He's jumping into this back line, and normally that's what you do with Esmeralda. But when you got Merciless on this Lunox just shredding you down, and then Rookie along with it, like all of the team of Insomniacs counters this Esmeralda. She has to be careful.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the map situation currently. Either have all their towers intact, almost undamaged if you don't count the bottom one, and it's just amazing how well they have actually preserved them right now. That might change right now on top lane. However, still, once again, minion wave cleared easily, and I mean, they have their camp ready. You know, Clint's right now farming because Balman gets to steal all of Insomniac's buffs instead. There's a big fight going round, but Hate has to get away because he is very low on HP and has to back out of that fight.
However, Template with the flicker though.
That was a very nice kill, and you know, that's how Lunox is supposed to be played. Temple is still trying his luck there. I mean, that shield steal was still up, and he's gonna make that chase happen, but no, all of them now recalling under the turret. Ether definitely have that.
Insomniacs
The whole map is their dominion, basically.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I can say though is Insomniacs aren't overextending right now. They're getting a pick here and there. Here comes the Lord play though. Can they get the steal? Ryle secured them. Hey, a little too overextended. Templa's able to get the kill, and now Insomniacs is forced to back off. I like their effort. I like the fact that they tried that, but it might still be just a little too early. They've been playing a safe game, Insomniacs. Just now, I mean, they were losing out at first, and they're starting to have this comeback, but they just need to buy a little bit more time. A little bit more time to secure these team fights under their belt, and if they can do that, they can maybe have a chance at winning this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is the 14th minute already. Insomniacs still haven't gotten a turret, but if they get maybe a few other players down, you know, it's not too hard to steamroll off of that, and that Lord is obviously no trouble for them. But the question is, can they withstand the pressure behind the other turrets right now, which doesn't seem to be the case, because Balman might get the top one, but no, Carry is gonna chase him, but no, obviously can't get the risk, but minions do get it instead. So one of the inhibitors have already fallen. They are still fighting tooth and nail for that mid lane one.
Yeah, I mean, a good play from Aether Explicit there, focusing all the attention on the bottom in the mid, while Ryle sneaks up to the top, secures an inhibitor, and then they back off. So Aether Explicit also playing a patient game. They know the team they're up against, and they've prepared for this game, and you can tell that they've definitely been Aether Explicit has just becoming, since season 1, they've become a better and better and better team. They got last place in the last season, and this time they're definitely here to play, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely, and I mean, Ether just doesn't want to throw that level gap as well right now. There's no need to die right now. For example, Nox and I'm not full level yet, and they are very ability dependent. So all of Insomniac's players in that push, but no CC coming off the top of it, so Ether cannot make the dive yet. Hate is gonna recall because very, very possible that minion wave on the top is gonna continue on, and Insomniacs are going to be put under a lot of pressure. It is close to endgame right now, and it's a question of how Ether will approach this, man.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta point out a few people right now. Ryle's sitting at 3-0, playing the game of his life right now, just doing an amazing job, better than we've seen him play in a while. And then, but on the side of Insomniacs, Merciless could definitely end up being a carry for this game. He did take that early game death from Sushi, he died, but right now he's sitting at 4-1. We've seen the damage he can output. I think if they can get the right play, you know, there is an opportunity, but as long as Aether Explicit stays in their P's and Q's like they have been, it definitely looks grim for the side of Insomniacs right now. Lord is coming up. It is here. Aether Explicit has secured their position over it, and we are starting to see a bit of a fight. Galaxy with a nice kick on Templates. World Manipulation comes up, but Blink is there to guide her away, and this is where that Matilda's coming into play greatly. Riles with the lethal counter does miss it, but Kage Terror pays the price. Aether Explicit now on the back pedal as Insomniacs push forward. Galaxy with the kick and the knock up on the Riles, but he's not able to get the ultimate down. He has already expended that, but we're just seeing Insomniacs push more and more forward, and they are going to claim position over this turtle, but the fight continues. They don't want to stop. A nice flicker. Hey, oh, I'm offended onto Riles and Blink, and they may be able to secure this. Merciless under the tower gets a kill onto Sushi. This could be bad from the side of Aether Explicit. Look at Rookie tower cutting, taking out this wave. They are pushing forward, and they are pushing hard right now, Ryan.
Yeah, and that might be the pivot point finally, what we were anticipating, we were looking for, and yeah, other like they failed obviously in that team fight on top lane, and even though Blink did so well, I'm really admiring Blink's efforts, but Balman gets the Lord obviously, and now it's gonna be a cleanup job. Now Weather is on the chase. Rookie, can he get away? There's still Merciless in there as well, but they're gonna back off. No need to risk any more further because they already have Sushi down right now, and this could be a very easy final push for Ether if they make it count.
What a steal from Riles right there.
Yeah.
Play of the night right there. I mean, at that point, I was thinking Insomniacs. I was a little worried because they were kind of low on health fighting for that Lord. But Riles comes in the last second, hits the lethal counter, and I don't even think he used the Retribution. Hits the lethal counter, steals the Lord. And I mean, this is now... I was a little worried for the explicit, but this may just secure them the game right here, Ryan.
Yeah. I mean, come on, this Balmond is the hero of the day. I mean, from the Simpsons series as well. It's,
but a big
kick
There's
a huge. I guess the last ultimate was down. It's loading some next, but they are gonna go down now. Hate still manages to escape somehow. Meanwhile, Kagutaro falls, and this is where Carry comes into play. I was supporting in, and it's just Sushi and Blink standing. This is not looking good for Ether. They just have to deny the Lord and the minion waves, and they can maybe counter Ether finally.
Yeah, I mean, a nice play from Insomniacs. They've been defending so well, and this is where, like you said, Carry is going to start coming to play. We're at the 18-minute mark. She is finally decked out. She's got a full set of items. She even has that hold on, Ashley with the world manipulation. Hate does miss the I'm offended, but that's okay. They've taken state back over the map, but Carry is now fully itemized out. Almost everyone's getting to a fully maxed out item state. So this is where we're just seeing skill versus skill, draft versus draft, and it looks good for the side of Insomniacs in this late game.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, because of the true damage, Carry is obviously a late game hero, you know, you can't deny that. And I feel like Lunox still has that burst capability late game as well, has the ability to throw a spanner in the works with the
Hold on a
ultimate.
second. Big falling star move.
Template, but has to come out as well.
Wait, Blink a little overextended though, gets kicked by that Galaxy.
Oh.
This is big. They're pushing forward. Blink and Riles off the map, and the recalls come out. Insomniacs know that they have this end game. Lord will be up in 15 seconds, and I don't think there's much that Aether Explicit can do here.
That is, yeah, that turned the tables, and very odd play from Blink, so much overextended, very overeager there, trying to push them away. I feel like he's been using that ultimate a bit too much with some consequences already. We saw a team fight earlier where Ether got chased for a second and then Blink went in and pushed back all of Insomniacs, which was the right call back then, but this time it was not needed and already went up in there and got punished for it as well. So Insomniacs already have it now in their hands to start taking these towers, to start pushing forward. Rookie just farming more and more to get these buffs as well, and to be as destructive as possible right now.
Yeah, I feel like with that Matilda ultimate, you really have to be patient with it. You know, I think he felt like Tempest was engaged, and that ult can be a little deceiving, you know? If they're able to get far away and drag you back into the midst of all 5 of them, it's a death sentence. And I feel like, you know, he thinks Tempest is engaging, but wait 1 second. We are having this final push possibly. Insomniac's coming in, Rookie clearing up on this wave, gonna start chipping away at Tempest, bringing her down to about half health. They are pushing forward. Insomniac's just staying aggressive. They know they have the game in their hands right now, and I don't think they're going to give up. A beautiful I'm offended flicker on a Kage Tear, followed up by that real manipulation, and now it's on Galaxy under the inhibitor, able to get the kick. A nice lethal counter coming from Riles though, forcing the immortality off of Galaxy, and Blink coming in with that guiding eagle, but just gets away. Now Aether Explicit tries to defend as they're a man down, and Insomniacs knows they don't want to keep up this push. They're gonna back off here, Ryan.
Yeah, this time Blink used it at the right time, you know, scare Galaxy away, scare Galaxy away as well, try to make them think that you're still going for them, and now still fight going wrong. Blink as well, still colliding, but once again that ultimate comes into play too early. Immortality saves right now, but Show is going in for it. Galaxy still chasing her down, and I will get the kill. So Blink once again downed, and Bless as well. Immortality in play there as well, but not for long.
Oh man, I think, oh, big lethal counter. They are able to get the kill onto Hate, but the immortality comes up, and now the fight goes on. And at this point, I think everyone on both teams has these immortalities locked on, trying to extend these team fights as long as possible, Ryan.
Yeah, sometimes it saves you, like it was the case right now, and I mean, it's worth it. You know, you also respond with a bit of health as well, so why not? And it also gives a decent bit of natural HP as well. But I mean, this could still go any way possible. Insomniacs have made a huge return in this game, a huge comeback right now. But and also they're now down to their inhibitors. Right now, Insomniacs still haven't managed to destroy any one of them. They were very close to that near to final push, but it still didn't happen. Now Hate might be leading the charge to a move forward. Blink ready to welcome them.
Yeah, look at Blink just hinting up. Hits by the I'm offended. That was a bad play by him, but they're able to respond. Nice bait coming from them. Kageterra with that ultimate, and now the real manipulation is up though. Ryle's caught in the grasp. Hate trying to keep them in as long as possible. Rookie gets the kill onto Blink. Tempest with the falling star moon onto 3 members of Insomniacs, but he's taking a little too much damage. A huge kick and finish coming onto Riles, and this is where Insomniacs going to push forward. A nice flicker coming from Hate, and they're on the chase. A beautiful flicker kick coming from Galaxy, and they're able to get the kill on a Tempest. Let's revert back, take this Lord, and seal the deal, Ryan.
Yeah, no, this is definitely Insomniac's game, I believe, and what happened there is very interesting. I saw, you know, Blink went in there, tried to get Merciless round, so desperately tried to, because knew the Merciless is going to be the key in that team fight, and he was. You know, he's already on 9 kills, which is mentally more kills than Rookie, and you know, Intargetable has so much to do, so much burst damage, and Blink tried to anticipate that, but just couldn't get her down. And I mean, she still has Immortality up, and that's going to be easy for Insomniacs to deal with. Now, Ashley did nearly lose her life there, but I mean, still Immortality up once again, so.
Yeah, Galaxy does a great job at peeling for Ashley, you know, and it's, you have this Chow in the off lane who's building a little bit tankier, you know, he's essentially a tank Chow. So you got Ruby who's kind of the head engager, and then you keep Chow behind to kind of peel for Ashley when she brings up that real manipulation, and it just works so well. Both teams are fully up. Kageterra actually is off the map with a 40-second death counter. It's going to be a rough defense for Aether Explicit if they want to survive this game. They do have Sushi. He's not looking amazing right now, but like I said, we're in the end game. He's got all of his items, and the battle is on as the Lord crashes into this inhibitor, takes it down, and Insomniacs are pushing forward. Real manipulation does come up. They have a nice falling star moon onto Ashley, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Merciless collects the kill onto Sushi, and it keeps on raging, but the Nexus will go down as Insomniacs take the game, Ryan.
Yeah, that was something. I mean, Blink was still alive there, but obviously couldn't do it against the Lord and all of Insomniacs. And I mean, technically it was a turnaround, right? Because either won the battle but lost the war, because they had so much of that map control early on, so much they got the early turrets, but nothing to capitalize it with. And Insomniacs in the end managed to pull through.
Yeah, they really did, and they just did they knew that they needed to wait for that late game, and they did such an amazing job at doing it. They defended the first Lord that Aether Explicit sent at them. They just kind of, you know, played it safe. They never, then around the 10 or 12 minute mark, they started getting a few picks here and there, and even then, they would get a pick, and they would back off and kind of go back to base, and get a pick, and back off and go back to base. They knew that they needed a little bit more time, and they were able to buy themselves that time, get to the late game, and then there was just nothing Aether Explicit could do about it.
Absolutely, yeah. And obviously on the, I mean, I kind of understand why I was banned constantly. You know, look at that team fight participation, how much she actually did there. I mean, there were times when the ult was a bit missed in positioning wise, but she did pretty well. And also Rookie very well pulled through. You know, early on, possibly behind in jungling, but once you get the full build, once you get the defensive item as well, and you're not that easy to kill, it get much better. And you know, even though this was a long game, it was a kill fiesta.
All right, well, we are going to be jumping into this game too. Let's get back to the caster's desk and prepare. This time, Insomniacs will have first pick, first ban. The question is, I mean, I think if Aether Explicit could have finished that just a bit earlier. They did have that early game lead. I think they just needed to press on a little bit harder and try to finish it, because they didn't. Sushi really got denied his potential there. I just feel like, and we've been seeing it more. I feel like Clint was such a dominating marksman, and recently he just hasn't been showing up to par as we've been seeing him, you know, a few months ago.
Yeah, I mean, technically he did get the turrets, but it wasn't doing so well in laning phase like per se against Lunox. But he did get the turrets, so props to that. And we'll see. Is there anything prioritized based off last game? And we'll see what Ashley gets to ban first.
Yeah,
That's Sicilian, so trying to maybe get the eye, trying to land the eye, maybe possibly.
Yeah, they don't want to let. I mean, Sushi has proved himself time and time again with the Sicilian. He's won games with it. It's, you know, they're really just denying that from him right now. And not only that, but those are like the late game heroes that Aether Explicit picks. So I think Insomniacs know, like, let's deny them what will carry them in the late game, and then just pick, kind of like what they did last game, pick late game heroes for ourselves and just wait it out.
Yeah, exactly. Merciless gets to pan second. Yuzhong once again a priority pick, which is interesting. I mean, that shows something, and maybe something about the potential team comps as well, that they want to have an experienced laner that doesn't want to get harassed by CC, who wants to have like free movement going around, and Ladida is going to be the second ban from
on the side of Insomniacs.
Yeah, from Insomniacs. I'm the Insomnian too.
We're almost there. Maybe Insomniacs clears us up with a 2-0, and we'll send Ryan to sleep.
Yeah, possibly. We see Beatrix coming in, so I haven't seen her a lot in play today. Actually, only in the TSU game, I believe. So.
Yeah, I mean, she's kind of taken a kind of hit or miss. I do think that Merciless plays her well, so I think Clint might have been a better ban there personally, but since she got the nerf, she's not as threatening as she used to be.
Yeah, definitely. And Valentina doesn't slip past the filter either, and Merciless locks in the Lunox once again, so trying to make that challenge happening once again, but Ive did go through, and Kaga is gonna go for it.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw how well he does on that Lunox. I'm thinking we may, you know, see it again here. And I'm surprised that they picked the Esmeralda into the Lunox. I like the Eve pick, or the Ive pick from Kage Terror. Looks like Insomniacs opted out to give it over to them. But I think maybe there could have been a different pick than Esmeralda there.
Possibly, yeah, and I mean, Lunox can definitely out-heal you. It's not possibly the best thing to do there, but we see Glue and Cho being picked as well by Insomniacs, and there's definitely already a few counters against Esmeralda, also against Ive to possibly pick her out, and yeah, Hate did very well on Ruby actually last game, and
your team is banning.
And props to her for creating so much space, and still, even though there weren't many invades early on, still harassed.
Your team is banning.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see him play this Chow tank, and then we're gonna see Galaxy in the off lane on this gloomy experience. The Ballman ban. There's some respect for it. Some respect for the Riles on the Ballman.
Sir, what's your command?
I'm wondering if we might see. So Riles is known for some of his assassin picks. He's like a global Hayabusa. He hasn't been running it very often, especially with all of these tanky heroes coming into the meta recently. Picks like Glue on the side lane, Chow's. Hayabusa hasn't been as scary as he used to be, because it's just tough for him to, you know, pick on the jungles. But it looks like he's going to opt in and go for this Roger pick.
Yeah, might be good, but we might see a Karina, which is interesting, because not all of the pump from other side is squishy, but might as well lock it in and go for it. I mean, Karina is not like a direct counter against Roger, but it's possible to play against him. And Claude is in consideration as well.
Claude jungle. I haven't seen that in years.
Ranger jungle is even more of an old meta, but yeah.
I mean, it's been some teams have been running him. He's I wouldn't put him in S tier, but he's definitely a solid A tier jungler. Has a nice early game. I don't know how well he's gonna do against this Roger. It's gonna I think it's really gonna come down to mechanics for those two heroes. Can Roger close the distance? If so, Granger's dead for. But if Granger can kind of keep his distance with that first skill, then it's gonna be a tough game for Roger.
Oh yeah, the movement on Granger, don't get me started, it's really difficult. And I mean, you have to play Granger, especially in jungle, you know, you have to get that kiting down, you have to get that movement down, and I think it's also going to come down to how fast they can farm to get to the maximum potential for Granger to also get the ultimate. And yeah, we'll see. Blink now, still that support pick open technically, so we'll see what there will come. Once again, Mathilda, and I mean, it wasn't banned either, so of course you can go for it.
And now, I really like Ashley. I didn't point it out, but I want to say I like Ashley on this Farza pick. Ashley's just been a monster mage since the season started. She's definitely my personal pick as one of the top mages in the league right now, and she just has such good positioning on this Farza. She's so aggressive sometimes in the early game at trying to get ganks, you know, by herself. The other team is doing things, and she just flies down to the gold lane, hits that feathered airstrike, and is able to secure kills early on. So I'm excited to see how she plays it, but I also want to point out that I've seen Sushi run this Popo and Koopa before. I've seen them run this composition before from Aether Explicit, and if they can scale on and get some early game towers, they could definitely push hard in the early game. Yeah,
I can see that happening. Yeah, and Popo on the goal lane with the marksman emblem as well. That's even you don't see that often, even when he plays in goal lane, you know. So definitely going all out in the attack. Nice to see that happening, and Glue also actually going on to Experience Lane, so that's a direct counter on Esmeralda, and definitely gonna try to out heal as well.
Yeah,
Ashley already a little bit under attack there, and still fall back under the turret.
Yeah, I think she's going to have a little bit of problems when it comes to the very beginning. Kage Terra on this Eve will give her some issues. But if she can... So for those two heroes, in some of these future team fights, it's going to be coming down to who positions those ultimates better, who is able to, you know, catch the other team off guard.
But Joe is trying to escape there, and now he's coming against Esmeralda, but he's just getting away. Has to use the flicker as well, but... Got a bit mixed up in there together with other players, and Roger was still taking the buff, to be honest. He couldn't finish him off either, so...
Nice. I mean, we're seeing some nice patience. No early game kills.
Yeah.
I think after that first game, Aether Explicit may be a bit more on the slow side here. You know, they pushed hard in the beginning. They do have a bit more end game possibilities here, but I still think they need to kind of do what they did last game and keep up the aggression. But we do have a nice kick from Hey onto Kage Terror, gets the knock up as Ashley comes forward. She doesn't have level 4 yet, so she's not going to be able to be as important in these team fights just yet.
Yeah, definitely. Merciless also in there. They are trying to create something. They're trying to get past Koopa, but Sushi is right behind the dog, and it's going to be really difficult. Rookie already throwing that Granger in the bush, gets major damage down onto Blink actually, and yeah, others advances are blocked for now, and Rookie is throwing a very good play with Granger, to be honest. I can feel that being a major nuisance for Ether in late game.
Yeah, look at ooh, Tempest tries to hit the falling Starfall. Look at Ashley with the thumbs up emote. You missed me, couldn't quite catch it.
She's been throwing that from since the start, when she already got trapped there in the bush for a second.
She knew it was coming, but the turtle is up now, and it looks like both teams want to fight for this. Tempest trying to buy a little bit of time for Riles to catch up here, but I like the positioning from Insomniacs. Galaxy has rotated from that EXP lane. He's going to come down. Riles pushing in onto Hate, though. Galaxy with a nice double stun. Hits that ultimate, not able to get on top of them, but it's going to buy space for Rookie to come up and clean up this turtle. The question is, will Blink and Riles and Kagetear try to engage? A nice feathered airstrike crashing down onto Kagetear. Blink catches it while it's happening. Kagetear brings up that real manipulation, but it's not able to do what it needs to as the rest of the team backs off. But now, Aether Explicit has fought for the position over this Lord Pippa. Merciless with a rotating up is able to get the kill on to Kagetear, and down goes Blink also. A nice play coming from Insomniacs, Ryan.
Yeah, I called it. Rookie's going to be major trouble for Ether. He's going to be a menace, and also I just love to see, you know, an aggressive part of play. Because usually she just play passive, trying to like scare away enemies. But the ultimate, meanwhile, those are coming together on cold lane, and Merciless is taken out by Sushi.
Yeah, Sushi plays a good gold lane. I gotta give it to him. He's definitely for me personally, I think he's one of the most solid players on the side of Aether Explicit, and especially for him to outplay Merciless like that. We know how good Merciless is. He's doing a wonderful job right now, but now they're coming in on to Hey Kagetear with this real manipulation. Can they get the kill? He gets caught up by that wall, but he's able to get away with just a sliver of health as Aether Explicit tries to keep the pressure on.
Yeah, Rex, like you mentioned earlier as well, I like how Ashley roams around without ease, like just switches lanes so fast and manages to be help and in presence in every way possible. And also managed to deny that early attack coming on. Merciless once again under pressure and can't really make an exit out of that turret.
Oh, we might see something here though. Ashley holding on. She doesn't have that feathered airstrike just quite yet, so she's not able to get a huge play there. I thought we were going to see something crazy, but again, like you said, and you know, like again, she's just down here in an instant. But here comes the feathered airstrike. Sushi taking a bit of damage, able to get away with just a sliver of health though. The shield helps preserve him just a little bit longer, but at least they stop this push. In comes Riles though under the tower, a little overextended, forced to back off. Ryan.
Still a good trade, even though no kill. I mean, they did get some damage off already. A very courageous move by Ashley to even attempt that ultimate against 3. Meanwhile, Merciless was right under the turret. I mean, it was a ballsy move, but you know, it kind of even works out. Galaxy living his own life on the top lane. He's been farming so far, not being challenged too much, trying to scare off Tempest if he can, like right now. Pearl is back in play, and Rookie seems to be the man on it, but Rills is there as well. If they can get someone down, it would be major. Already ultimate thrown around. I've just responded to the feather strike, and it is very difficult. Galaxy moving them all out of fray, and Rills will fall. Or will he not?
No!
He will not. No!
That was I really thought Riles was gonna go down there. Escapes with just that shield from that. I forget what skill it is on Roger, but he gets a little shield when he gets that speed boost, and it's able to keep him alive just a bit longer. So Galaxy pays the price for trying to get that engage. A nice outplay from Aether Explicit there, Ryan.
Yeah, massive. Just Roger took him under his own turrets, and no glue can't possibly survive the tower toss as well, even though possibly will be going out with him. You have to take a risk. And now turtle attempt volume 2. Forza is making a move very aggressively as well, but there is Rookie in there as well, but he's forced back now. He lost quite a bit of health. Blink is charging up for him, but now has to retreat himself.
Yeah, but the fight is still going on. A nice kick on Tempest, and Rookie secures the kill. A nice play coming from Insomniacs. I mean, these have been 2 wonderful games so far. This game definitely a little more evenly paced than the last time. We're seeing both teams just kind of go at it. We only got 5 kills on the map. Galaxy taking a bit of damage. Blink coming in with that Soaring Eagle, able to lock on, and they will secure the kill. Kagetear gets it. Aether Explicit keeping up with one of the best teams in the league right now.
Yeah, they want to get Galaxy down. He's been in menace. You know, he stops Esmeralda in his tracks a lot. Template hasn't had an ability to lane a lot as we saw it. Template is forced to actually take jungle camps very often because of that, forced around the lane, and that kind of opens up the top lane as well. Now they took the turret, which is very important. Both teams have 2 turrets actually, as Insomniacs respond immediately, and might be even a team fight being organized in the middle bush. Now Blink already making a move out once again, maybe a bit preemptively. Rookie is chasing him and he gets Blink down, which is massive. That support is fallen and Nether are without that guidance.
Yeah, they did do a great job there. Another 2-for-0 trade to the side of Insomniacs, and they keep going. Ashley uses that feathered airstrike, but Tempest is on the trail, able to zone her off and stop that ultimate just in time. Hate trying to get the knock up here, not quite able to. Riles pushing forward, but in comes Rookie from the behind, able to get some nice burst damage onto Riles and Tempest. Kage Terror uses that real manipulation to keep everyone at bay. Look at her. I mean, a nice placement coming from Kage Terror there.
Yeah. Tempest had to be very, very lucky. Has this bank, Rookie and Galaxy. They were a bit late into the fight, and I mean, definitely had a chance to lose there. Health and Kage nearly falls thanks to Ashley's ultimate, and he's been just throwing them around so easily, and it hits the mark every damn time.
Yeah, she does, and then she always gets away, right? Like Riles tries to zone in, she hits that wings by wings, flies away, and throws the thumbs up in the air. You know,
Rookie is finally stopped on top lane. Apparently, Popple took him out of play, which means no Rookie Lord might be going to Ether.
Yeah, they might just, but Ashley does come on with this feathered airstrike, but she does get locked up from Blink. Lord down about half health, but now Riles is off the map, so neither team has a Retribution. Real manipulation does come up, but it gets stopped from Hate. A nice wave of the dragon kick onto Kage Terror, and Merciless secures the Lord, but Templest doesn't want to stop here. A nice falling Star Moon on top of Merciless, but members of Aether Explicit are going down in the back line. Hate may be possibly next. Blink all on her lonesome, facing down Galaxy. Templest forced away, and the push is coming hard from Insomniacs right now. Blink with the Soaring Eagle trying to come in. Feathered Airstrike comes down and does not secure the kill. Blink escapes with a sliver of health, and now Riles is responding on the chase in that wolf form, taking out Merciless and Galaxy. They are just going back and forth right now, Ryan.
Oh, this has been so crazy. That was also the most careful Lord part we've seen this night. But I mean, yeah, a nice response from Ether. I mean, that Blink got away, which is a big help already. Tempest can now secure the mid lane a little bit. Hate gone to a lot there against Tempest by himself. So laning is a bit more secured by Ether right now, even though they don't have the turrets. They can definitely respond in pressure, and that's what they are doing right now already. 3 players moved on to top lane. Ivan and Mathilda there together as well. Hate trying to maybe siege them in. Blink could be going down, but it is very unlikely. Rookie doing a nice job, gets Ivan right away, and there goes Roger as well. Riles has no chance to respond even. Blink, they're still getting chased. Hate is just messing around there a little bit.
I mean, that Death Sonata just locked that, and the Feathered Airstrike, we just see Kage Terror get instantly deleted, taken off the map. Then they switch over to Rouse and clean him. And right here, they might not even need Lord. They're going to push in hard. Ashley brings in that Feathered Airstrike. Template's trying to come in and delay this battle. Blink with the Soaring Eagle around onto Ashley, but she has that Wings of Wings ready to escape, just like always. You know, just Insomniacs playing such a great game, but they are continuing. Merciless a little deep right now. A nice kick onto Blink. Templest trying to defend. Ashley may finally take her first death, and Templest secures the kill, but the battle is still going as Blink goes down. It's a 2-for-1 trade over the map. Insomniacs keeping their lead, Ryan.
I mean, yeah, that death has to come one day, and Ashley did so well. She was very conservative with the escape use, and had to use it the second time. Now Templest gets taken out as well. Riles just under the tower. He can't make a dive, honestly. Tried to use just using the gun, actually. Nearly got Merciless, but Hate driving himself in there. That was a silly move, but they do get Riles.
It was a sacrifice for the greater good,
yeah.
Ryan. Take out Riles, sacrifice the tank. I think it's worth it. In comes Death Sonata, though, able to land a shot into Sushi, zone them away, and Insomniacs take another tower. They are just everywhere right now.
Yeah, if you consider the objective to be taking the turret, I mean, definitely that had to be made because Rouse was just under it, and he could have gotten anyone, but they made that collective effort happen, and now Ether are just down to inhibitors. It's not going to be easy. You can see how aggressive Insomniacs are right on the map. responding immediately once Ether try to extend right on the lane. It's going to be very hard. Ashley might get caught up once again, and he usually does, but no Blink. He's going to get stuck a little bit on the Lord Pit. However, gets to escape once again, unless Rookie is following up and gets him down with the help of Hate.
Yeah, they do get the kill on a Galaxy, though, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. But they're able to secure another Lord. Insomniacs keeping up the pressure. In comes Hate with a nice knockup, followed up with a feathered airstrike. Riles brought down to about half health here. And Riles, is he going to chase down Ashley here? No, he does not. But still, Insomniacs now, they got 14 seconds until Galaxy is back on the map. Blink is coming up right now. I think Insomniacs just save this Lord as long as possible, wait for Galaxy, and do one big push to end this game.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, they're trying to open up some space, and you can see Hate as well. You know, he's disrupting their positioning so much, as you can see there in the earlier situation as well, where Ashley could have got hunted down, but didn't because Wild is scared. And look at that ultimate! Oh dear, from Rookie, that was juicy.
Super juicy, and in comes the rest. Hate with the kick onto Blink. They take him out. Road manipulation is up, but I don't think it's going to be enough for this final push. It ends, and they're crashing in on the Nexus. Down goes Kage Terror, and down goes Aether Explicit. This game is going to Insomniacs. Hold on.
Look at them. They want to get the kills. They want to get the kills, but no, obviously. Glue gets that final hit on the Nexus, and that's it. Insomniacs get that series 2-0.
Victory!
Hey, I mean, Aether Explicit put up a great fight. They did a wonderful job. Probably the funnest 2 games I've watched tonight, in my personal opinion.
Yeah, definitely.
But Insomniacs just carries through, gets a nice 2-0 sweep, and this is just going to launch them more and more into this possible first place section for the lead. But wonderful games from both teams, Ryan.
Absolutely. I mean, it was fun to watch. It was very energetic. You know, you could see that maybe the quality was a little bit off as well, and you could see in the end of this game, especially where just turrets were ignored. They went in for the kills. You had to get the players down who are the most dangerous. Like they went in for Riles, and yeah, it was lovely to see. And Insomniacs definitely deserved this victory.
Yeah, Rookie going 9-1-3, bringing in that Granger and just slaughtering with it. And I mean, honestly, when I look at Insomniacs, it's always hard to pick who I really choose best, because the whole team makes amazing plays. Merciless on the Lunox. Ashley with her positioning on the Farza, Galaxy pestering that back lane, and Hate with some amazing sets and kicks through the whole game. I mean, it's one of the reasons why I think they're such a good team. Everyone carries their own weight, but Aether Explicit is not out. I feel like they'll definitely secure a spot in the finals, in the playoffs, so I can't wait to possibly see these 2 teams face off again, Ryan. But that is it for tonight. We're closing in on the end here. I'm going to jump back to the caster's desk. Thank you again for everyone for watching. We're sorry for the issues with one of the teams forfeiting. It's something that North America is just going to have to keep on working on when we build up these teams. And once again, thank you, Ryan, for staying up so late and casting with us tonight.
Man, I'm looking forward to joining once again. Maybe on Sunday, maybe some other day. But yeah, it was lovely to be here, and thank you everybody for watching from me as well.
Yeah, we definitely had a blast tonight. It was a lot of fun. It was nice. It's always nice to have some new casters on the stream. I'm excited to do some future work with you, man. I'm excited to see what this entails for the future of NA, and I'm excited for the next game. So everyone, if you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. If you have any questions about the league, you can always join the Discord. We're a growing community of over 1,300 members. I am always on Discord a lot, so if you have any questions about anything, feel free to ask me if it's pertaining to the league or any kind of events in North America. But we are going to call it a night. Thank you, everyone. Any last words from you, Ryan?
Nothing really extra from me. I mean, tune in for Sunday as well and for the next rounds, and we'll see you then.
Thank you. See you guys in the next draft. We're out.